I'm gonna tell you a story, strange as it might seem, of David, Goliath, and glory, plus the bitch queen of New Orleans. Her ancestors' past was tragic, some are missing and murdered too. But her father, Paul, descended, her lineage to renew, can reconcile without truth. She's gonna tell on you. She's gonna tell on you. She's the bitch queen of New Orleans. Neither Big's paper route nor ibuprofen can make everything go away. No mistake, ne'er for a lotion. Emotion is a potion. People act different every day. When it comes to being fishy, the Cookie Monster will eat your soul. Wondering, did she lose control, being bitchy? She's gonna tell on you. She's gonna tell on you. She's the bitch queen of New Orleans. Of New Orleans. Whoopsie, I hit the wrong button. So, I had some technical difficulties. So, if you had previously gotten some notifications or were one of the couple people watching the other versions of this stream as it was streamed live, sorry about that. As you saw, the previous captioner that I used to use, I don't even know how the fuck to say it. It was spelled Maestra, so I kept saying Maestra. But fucking, yeah, that captioner, it used to be free for me all the time. And now it keeps doing this thing where, like, after about 5-10 minutes, it wants me to pay to keep using it. And I'm not in a place where I'm willing to commit to that. So, yeah, fucking, and, well, not necessarily not willing, but more of, you know, finances. We got to choose where we could put everything right now. Well, not we. Well, I guess the general we, but me, we. Anyway, what the fuck is wrong with me? So I found a different captioner that took 2 shakes of a lamb's tail, but I found it because of OBS. Thank you, OBS. So they were posting about Zip Captions, and so that from there I found Zip Captions, and that's what we are now using to caption these live streams. And so I like the way it looks, to be honest. So that's the new situation here. We are using Zip Captions. Period app is the URL there. So yeah, thank you to OBS. And so that is, those are the technical difficulties. Apologies to any of my subscribers that got extra notifications about this stream because of that, because this is the 3rd time that I'm trying it. Anyway, so today we're going to be talking about a few different things. I'm a little all over the place. I apologize for that. But we're going to be talking about my sobriety, my recovery journey, a little bit of context of the background of alcoholism and sobriety and drug addiction in my family. We'll be going over a little bit about me, and then I kind of want to focus this live stream. Hopefully the most time we're spending here today will be doing a little reading. I did file a complaint with the Louisiana Board of Attorneys. That's not right. The fuck is wrong with me? With like the Louisiana Office of Disciplinary Counsel, and that's the state attorney board, whatever their version is. You know how they monitor their attorneys. So I filed a complaint with them about the David and Goliath situation, and I also filed a complaint with the Louisiana Workforce Commission. and they are the government agency that you file tax claims through, and they have a tax fraud division, and I filed a complaint with them. And so I'm going to show you all of that as well. And yeah, fucking, and in this situation, I refer to myself as David. I refer to my former employer as Goliath. And the CMO at the firm, I call her Cookie Monster. And I call the former, not the former, in my head it's former because they are former to me, but I believe she may still be there. The HR person is Fishy, is who I call Fishy. So yeah, so we're gonna be talking about Goliath, Fishy, and Cookie Monster. And yeah, I don't know. I'm a little everywhere. Also, I'm gonna show you guys all of the LinkedIn posts. The very first post I had made about them, and at the time that I did part 1, it was the only post I had made about them at that point. I have made some other posts about the situation since then, so fuck it, we're gonna look at those. And I also show you guys what I was doing on Indigenous Peoples Day on June 21st, 2024. The day that I had officially heard I was fired and everything. I was in a live stream that day, and I responded to everything after, you know. And I kind of just gave myself that day, I was like, I needed that mental health day, and like I was not in the mental headspace to deal with their fucking bullshit, to be honest, just to be blunt. And so you'll see that. It's where I was. So yeah, I didn't fucking show up to let them fuck with me in my head, you know, more. Instead, I just contacted them via email, and I did try to keep my job. But yeah, so we'll go over that footage, and we'll go over the LinkedIn post that I've made. I'm going to show you the redacted complaint with the Louisiana State Board of Attorneys, as well as, which is the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, as well as with the Louisiana Workforce Commission. I'll show you how I found it and all of that. I think I'm repeating myself and going in a circle. So we're gonna roll my intro, and then let's just get into this bitch. Hi, my name is Alexis, also known as Lexi or Deaf Child. I was born deaf, hard of hearing. I began doing business as Deaf Child 2013, marketing 2011, sales 2009. I've earned 50 plus certifications in marketing and sales. My Bachelor of Science from Loyola University, New Orleans, with a music industry studies major and a business administration minor. Deafness runs in my family genetically. Speech is not fully accessible to me. Anyway, I'm here to bitch about whatever the fuck is on my mind. So here we go. Visit my site at noladeafchild.com. Okay, so I'm a little distracted because I had put on some earrings because I like the way they went with my outfit and everything, and I like the way my earrings go with my ring that I'm wearing, but my earring holes are bothering me. They hurt, so I'm taking these bitches out because that is distracting the fuck out of me. Like, and I'm one of those little bitches with sensitive earring holes, man. Like, if it's not the, what is it called? The surgical shit, grade shit, whatever, that type of metal, or if it's not like real or whatever, it really hurts. I will wear the fake shit anyway because fuck it, I can't afford real shit like that. I do happen to have some random pieces, but that's different. Anyway, but mostly like my shit is fake, and yeah, that shit hurt my earring holes. But it's really funny to me because something can be light as a feather, like an earring can be light as a feather, and if it's fake, it's gonna hurt my earring holes. But it could be real, and it would take actually wearing it for like 12 hours to where my earrings hurt, my earring holes hurt, if it's real, you know? It's just interesting to me, the difference there. Okay, I'm sorry for that ramble. Let's actually fucking do this thing. Anyway, first of all, I want to talk about, with my recovery journey, I want to first kind of talk about my uncle a little bit, and I'll tell you why it's relevant in a minute. But So my uncle, his name's Robert Earl Carney. I actually have two uncles named Robert Carney, Robert Earl and Robert Glenn. And yeah, and that's because Robert is family name on both sides. So Robert Earl and Robert Glenn have same dad, different mom. Um, and so Carson is their dad. That's my pop. That's so they're both my dad's brother, and Carson is my dad's dad and my grandfather. Um, and so one of my dad's brothers, Robert Earl. So Robert Glenn is they have the same mom. Robert Earl has a different mom. I think I just fucking said that. That's my bad. So when Robert Earl was 31, which I think is interesting because I'm 31 right now. I'll be 32 in December. Um, and so what I think it's interesting, fucking when Robert Earl was my age, he literally went to jail for 118 charges, including for attempted homicide and including something else pretty bad too. Reckless endangerment or some shit. I don't know. Methamphetamines, a bunch of things, you know. So basically, he was accused of stealing a construction, not a construction. He was accused of stealing a truck. He was actually hired to take the truck, in my opinion, but I think he ended up driving it where he wasn't supposed to, so then it ended up getting reported as stolen, if I understood what happened correctly. But in this article, he also tries to claim that he doesn't do drugs, and I know he does do drugs, so. But, I mean, my whole family struggles with addiction, so I'm not saying, like, you know, but no one was injured, but he just could have killed them, you know? But yeah, fucking, so in here they talk about a little bit about their background, and so, my pop was a log hauler. His father was a Baptist preacher, but my pop, he was a log hauler, and he had 11 kids. One of my brothers, one of my dad's brother, not my brother, I only have one brother. One of my dad's brothers passed away. So when you Google online, like the obituary for my pop or whatever, it literally said that he was survived by 10 kids and only listed the 10 alive. But he actually had an 11th who had passed before. But anyway, fucking. And so that would actually be this Gunny Michael. But that's all relevant because, like, so in here they're talking about how they had started working for my pops wood log hauling and timber business when they were fucking kids. And they also talk about my dad's brother had basically married my cousin, so the family didn't approve of that marriage, which is hilarious to me that it's in here. But anyway, because they really put everything in here. So they talk about my aunt Terry, that's my dad's sister. She's in here, this article and everything. Like they're all talking about how, like, yeah, this dude was screwing our second cousin. It was our second cousin, mind you, not necessarily the first, but I still think that's pretty bad. Like, damn, like. Anyway, fucking, so they go over this full story. I don't even know why all of this is in here. I guess because, you know, he wanted to explain, like, how he felt desperate or whatever, or how he got to this point. He put it all up in here. And so they talked a lot about our family history, about how they grew up in poverty or raised in poverty, and they also do discuss that it was an abusive situation in here, and they talk about like how basically my family had no fucking money, they didn't have shit, you know what I mean? And so yeah, and they also talk about how he was drinking Texas tea, so you know how it is. But yeah, so there's a couple articles about my family you can find, and I've got addiction issues on both sides, you know. I just feel like this article is more colorful. You can also find information about my mom's brother, Patrick Scott Smith. But yeah. fucking, and like, honestly, sometimes I forget if his name is Patrick Scott or Scott Patrick, to be real, because we all called him Scott, but I think his first name is Patrick. I'm pretty sure that's it. Like, his name is actually Patrick, but we all call him Scott. Um, but anyway, I'm out of it. But if you Google like Patrick Scott Smith, Meridian, Mississippi, and my grandmother, Lorinda June Payne, and then I have twin cousins on that side. I'm a twin. But if you Google like Karen Lisa Smith and all of them, you can find the arrest records for they were aiding and abetting my Uncle Patrick, you know, and he was like doing all sorts of shit. So on both sides, you know, I come from that background. But what I think is interesting right here on this one, the beginning of this article, it's a similar situation. It talks about everything except for it just talks about the crime. It doesn't go into my family backstory. But it says police officers testified Thursday that they feared for their lives as trucker Robert Carney came to a stop after a 5-county chase, then surprisingly crashed backward into their cruisers. I should not be laughing at this. I'm not laughing. I guess I was laughing, but they're totally fine. I'm only laughing because I know that they are totally fine. And then it says, I thought that you could obviously die in that situation, State Trooper Mark Ensign told a district justice. He was one of 14 prosecution witnesses, mostly police officers, who described the high-speed chase that started in Cumberland County and ended in Lehigh County. And so then they had enough evidence to hold him on 110 charges, including attempted homicide and aggravated assault. So yeah. Personally, though, to be honest, y'all, I've been charged with aggravated assault and simple battery before, but in that situation, this bitch actually came to my house. She was punching on me and hitting on me, and she started it first. And all I fucking did was literally throw the closest thing to me at that point it was called I think it was either it was bond cleaner. It was either the 420 or the 710 brand bond cleaner. And it was a non-abrasive liquid, okay? And I always get non-abrasive shit because I got very sensitive skin. And so I had like an open bottle of bond cleaner or whatever. So I just picked it up and I threw it at her because she was like, we're in my kitchen. And because we were both in my kitchen having this argument, and she's punching I'm just trying to get out of my house and leave the house, and I'm trying to get her out the door, and the closest door to us was through the kitchen, and so I'm trying to get her out, and she's fucking punching at me, and so I picked up the nearest bottle to me by the sink and threw it at her, and I'm like, get the fuck out of here, you know? And so then she starts freaking out because she's got liquid on her. And I'm like, you'll be fine. Get the fuck over it. Get out. Whatever. Because nothing about it is toxic. And I'm short. I don't think any of it was in her eyes or anything. Because she's way taller than me. I didn't throw it at her face. I just threw it at her. And it hit this area. So I don't think any of it splashed in her eyes or anything like that. Because it was all over. It was down. You know. But yeah, so I just fucking threw that shit at her. So she leaves my house. She calls the police and tells them that I assaulted her. And I'm the bitch where I'm like, you know, I don't fucking call the police on fights that I've had in situations like that, particularly where at that time I think she was weaponizing the police against me because I did have, well, I just told you I had, 420 cleaner and 710 cleaner, right? So I had those products and things like that around. And so that's another thing. I don't want the police up in that situation. Like, unless it's really life or death, or it's something that I legally need to report for whatever. Like, if it's a fight, it's a fight. Like, I grew up actually, like, in a situation where fights happened, but people didn't call the police every time there was a fucking fight, unless someone was actually seriously injured. to cause a reason to. There was nothing wrong with that bitch. She did that just to fuck with me. You know what I mean? And she was the one that was actually attacking me. And all I did was defend myself, and all I was trying to do was get her out of my house, right? I don't know how I came to this tangent, but whatever, we're here now. Fucking, and so, yeah, I just think that's interesting, like, how that could be, how people do that, but whatever. That charge got dropped with disturbing the peace, because I didn't actually fucking hurt her, and she couldn't prove that she was actually assaulted or anything like that. You know what I mean? So I got charged with aggravated assault and simple battery, but not convicted. I only got convicted of this. Can you even really get convicted of disturbing the peace? Is that the right word? I don't know. But look, I was found guilty of disturbing the peace. I was not found guilty of aggravated assault or simple battery. And that's the story there. Because I will fucking fight back, bitches. Don't fucking hit me and think I'm not gonna. But anyway, fucking, I just think it's interesting, you know, like how family patterns repeat, how trauma repeats, how it enacts in our behavior, and things like that. I don't know. Am I making sense? I feel like it's all connected, but it doesn't feel connected right now. But anyway, these articles will be linked either in the description or the comments. And there's also a Justia, is that how the fuck you say that word? I don't know. Justia, what the fuck am I saying? There is a Juicy, U.S. law situation case, Carney versus Billhead Trucking. And I believe that's the trucking people that he had gotten that truck from. So they had a case on him too about that. My uncle put a case on them, which I think is hilarious. So he claims that they were negligent, breached his employment contract, and intentionally inflicted emotional distress on him or whatever. And so that motion was granted partly and denied partly. So basically, they were saying that in 1997 that he had to set out on this 16-day series of multi-state pickups and deliveries beginning in Texas. So I do believe that it is possible that some of what my uncle was saying is true because I've seen how companies behave. But I also believe that my uncle was not taking accountability for a lot of the things that he did wrong. For example, in those other articles, they were talking about, like, he was trying to say that he didn't do drugs or whatever, and I know that's a lie. Things like that. Like, I understand in one situation, you don't necessarily have to say everything if it's going to get you in trouble. But at the same time, if you straight up lie, in my opinion, it just doesn't, there's like, I feel like there's a difference between, like, not being necessarily willing or not wanting to share everything because, you know, it doesn't look good versus being willing to straight up lie about it. Like, or, you know, the hesitancy versus covering up, right? Because it's normal to feel hesitant about telling the truth about something that you did wrong, I think, because it's hard to articulate it, it's hard to do, and it can be a difficult thing to do. So I think some hesitancy is normal and fine, but it's when it's like you're just like not completely being like, yeah, I never did that when you fucking did. It's like, come on, bitch. Come on, bitch. I don't know. You know what I mean? Like, on one level, I feel like everybody has a legal right to plead the fifth, but on another level, I don't think you have the right to lie. You know what I mean? Like, I don't think everybody, you don't have to, I don't know. Am I wrong for thinking that? Whatever. That's just where I'm at right now in my head. But anyway, basically, he's trying to say that his truck drifted backwards. I don't know. I don't understand where they're trying to put the duress onto the employers at or whatever. But they're basically saying that the defendant was aware of everything that he was doing, in my understanding, or something like that, I feel. And that they were pressuring him. So the trucking company had tried to claim that my uncle had taken their truck without permission to the locations he was going. But my uncle was able to show, no, you did tell me to go where I was going. And so, you know what I'm saying? So that part is where I feel like I can give my uncle a little grace, because I understand how those companies work. I've seen it. But on another level, no, he really fucked up. He did all of that shit wrong, and you can't, like, no matter, just because a company's real shitty, you know, and pressuring you to put out a certain amount of workload, you can't just go take a bunch of meth, drive a vehicle, hit a bunch of cars, and then blame the company. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, I don't know. But anyway, so I just want to set the background for where I was raised, like, that coming from substance abuse, coming from poverty, right? And so on my about page on my website, I have a few things about me. And so, but one of the things that I put that entertain myself with is I am hit or miss. Either we will hit it off or you're gonna miss me when I'm gone, bitch. But yeah, fucking, so that. And I talk about some of my past, you know, about being hard of hearing. I talk about some of the things that I'm doing recently with business transactions, in terms of some of the deals that I've closed recently or been a part of closing, or leads that I've generated. I talk about my degree and all of that on my website. And I also talk about my astrological signs for my astrological bitches out there. Look, okay, I'm a 6-time Capricorn stellium, so let that marinate. Let that marinate. But anyway, that's all relevant in my opinion, because it's about where I come from, who I am, where do I come from, and I come from the deep South. You know what I mean? When I was born, we technically lived in York, Alabama, but I was born in Meridian, Mississippi, at Rush General, which was the closest hospital. I said the captioner put Russian, but I said Rush, Rush. Anyway. I did it twice. That's unfortunate. Or did it do it twice? No, I'm out of it. Anyway, fucking, okay. So, I basically bounced around in my life. I was born in Meridian, but we lived in a trailer park in New York, Alabama. My parents, they got divorced when I was 1. My dad, he stayed in Alabama until he met my stepmom, and then she lived in Neshoba County. About 15, 20 minutes, depending on how fast you drive, from Philadelphia. And so, fucking, I lived in Meridian with my mom up until she decided she wanted to move to New Orleans when I was 11. And she plopped us at my dad's house, and I said Plopped, plopped, but the captioner put clocked. Anyway. But captioner's getting that all wrong. Whatever. Anyway, I'm gonna try not to look at that. So, fucking, I literally watched my dad go from nothing, you know, like full on trailer parks. When he was with my stepmom, you know, my dad and didn't have a healthy relationship. Like, neither of I don't think my mom, my stepmom, or my dad were all in good places to necessarily be what I needed as parents. But at the same time, I think my mom and my dad, what their relationship was, like, my mom really did lie to us about a lot of things my whole life. And then my dad didn't have the resources for a long time to fight for things. And by the time he got resources, the custody battles, the divorce had already been done, and there was only so much you could do, right? But so he's, I don't know. But my fucking point is, like, I really watched him go from this situation where he was the trucker, he was on the road all the time, to where he literally built a multi-million-dollar business. He had a shop. I didn't pull up pictures or prep pictures for that, but maybe I should for a different live stream. But my dad had a 2-bay shop, and he worked on 18-wheelers. He worked on anything. We farmed. He would farm gourds, corn, pumpkins. We had sunflowers, corn. Did I say corn? Fucking beans. Just anything. Um, so like I grew up in a situation where I was always born working. Not always born. I was born and raised to always be working. When I was a kid, my stepmom owned a floral studio, and so we would be helping her with decorations for weddings and carrying things for her and helping her with arrangements, following instructions, and not like putting us to work the way that my grandparents did to my dad. He didn't do it like that to us. It's just more of like we were there. They had to watch us. We existed. They didn't have outside help to watch us. It was just us. And so because of that situation, when we were there, we wanted to do things. And so yeah, we were their little helpers. They made use of our hands. So it wasn't like a you have to fucking do this or you're not gonna eat situation, but it was like a this is what the fuck we're doing. Do you want to do this too, bitch? All right, let's get it. So you know what I mean? But yeah, but I was raised around hard workers, and I grew up always working, and I just feel like that kind of explains where I am now, right? And so in terms of getting sober, and so like also, so I watched my dad build a business, but my mom, she's a massage therapist. She built her own clientele. I watched her go from being a fucking barista, being a restaurant server, to going to massage school. Now she's a massage therapist, and she works both in hotels and she has her own private practice. She does both. And my dad, he still builds 18-wheelers. I watched him build one last year. And my stepmom, she doesn't own a floral studio anymore, but I think she's doing like, I forget what the fuck her job title is, but my stepmom, she used to be really big in architect, and now, because she can draw like really good, and she's like really good at planning houses, and she basically designed, my dad basically helped her fund the house that we lived in Neshoba County, but she basically designed all of it, you know? And so that's the thing. It's like, there are good and bad things about all three of my parents. My dad, my stepmom, my mom. I love them all. But they're all three toxic in their own ways and amazing in their own ways. And fuck it, I'm gonna just say it, and I feel the same way about myself now. I have a lot more issues with my mom currently than with my stepmom or dad currently, because with my mom, I feel like coming to peace with a relationship with her is part of my healing journey, but there are things that have happened between us where I'll never forgive her. We're never going to be the same again. We're never going to be okay again like we were again. It's just more of like, if I don't make peace with her, I think it's a hindrance in my healing journey. And another funny thing too is a lot of people from my life before, they see that I'm trying to make peace with my mom and my sister, and so then they're trying to come back in my life too, like, hey, but you're talking to your mom or sister, why won't you talk to me? Because fuck you bitches, you know what I mean? That's so I don't have the mental space. I'm not even really properly able to do it with my mom and my sister, like, I'm trying to, because I don't want to live a life where I'm not in community with them. But even that is very difficult, and it's not smooth, it's not easy, and I do not have the mental capacity to put myself doing it with other people outside of my immediate family. So anyone from my past that I parted ways with due to my assault, I probably will never see again, have no plans to see again. But I started trying to get sober. Before I got sober, the peak of me getting messed up and inebriated was after I was assaulted. I have always had substance abuse issues, but it was when I was assaulted after that is when it really escalated. The night that it happened, it happened by a man who is not only the son of an attorney that got, that the attorney, not the son. So his father, okay, I'm not using the right words. I'm so sorry, guys. Not the guy that assaulted me, but his dad is an attorney for the Louisiana State Troopers, or he used to be. He's actually kind of old, so not so much anymore, I think. But he used to be. And he was known for, like, literally helping the police get away with shooting an unarmed man in the back. And they were literally trying to claim that the man that was shot in the back was running towards them. Well, how the fuck was he shot in the back, bitches? But anyway, fucking... So that dude was king of two different crews in New Orleans. In New Orleans, there are Mardi Gras crews, and these social crews are made up of people who are very influential in this city. I used to be, from the time I was in high school up until I was 24, I used to be in a crew called Crew of Overnight Marinade, and I no longer speak to anybody in that group anymore, and I feel everybody in that group is unsafe. So my twin was queen of Coom, and we were having a crew meetup with not just our crew but other crews too at a venue. And the venue, they put on the crew, one of the crews that the guy that assaulted me was the king of. So the venue, they just voted him king. They took his side. They claimed that I was causing a disturbance, and they called the police on me the night that it happened and kicked me out and treated me like I was the one, that was doing wrong. And what's interesting is my story about that situation has never changed, but every time I fight with that dude about it, or I fight with other people about it, and that dude's story comes out, his story changes. So, putting that out there. And so, all of that is relevant because all of that really mentally set the background for what I was walking into with the David and Goliath situation. I've already been through the legal system with all of this before, because after that happened, I had spent the next couple of years in the community I was in trying to keep the peace, because my entire way of living, every single fucking client that I had was in that crew. If I spoke out, it meant I no longer was gonna have money. It meant I was about to be homeless. Like, I'm about to fuck up everything. And so I tried to stay silent for a while and try to be compliant and try to fit in and try to not rock the boat, because anytime I tried to speak up, I was seen as problematic and stuff. And so that, I really was not able to deal with everything. I started drinking a lot. I was drinking so much then. And eventually I was driving a motorized gas bike with no helmet, and I applied my face to the concrete. And it's like, that snapped me out of situations, From there, that's when I started speaking out, really. Like, I had kind of tried to speak out before, and everything, but it wasn't consistent. It was just random bits and pieces of trying to get help. Like, I had tried a good bit, at first, the first few months after it happened, I was pretty vocal, but then I was trying to fit back into the mold because I was being told it was my fault, that nobody cared, that I shouldn't have gone out, that I shouldn't have been partying, that, all of these things, and all of that. And that if I had just done X, Y, or Z, then it wouldn't have happened, right? Is what everybody was telling me. And I think people don't realize sometimes how a community treats you after trauma is just as traumatic as the trauma you just went through. But I was drinking a lot. I couldn't handle it. And so after I crashed my bike, I got sober. And I've been sober for 6 years now. And I was literally, so at the time, I was living on Telemachus Street in New Orleans, in Girt Town behind the Blue Plate building. I was driving my bike. I had come from, Shamrocks on Tulane. I was at Shamrocks and, getting my rocks off, and I drove my motorized gas bike from down Tulane Street, and then I was gonna take a right onto Norman C. Francis to go over the bridge home. Well, I was blackout drunk somehow between going from Tulane to Norman C. Francis, turning that right. Somehow, I don't know what happened, but because I blacked out, but all I know is when I came to, I had crashed my motorized gas bike, and I was on the concrete, like in the fucking street, and my bag and my bike, I had flown away from it. And so I had to go back and get it. And I don't really know the distance, I just know that, like, the blood was coming down my face. I didn't know where the blood was coming from. And I called my person to come get me. And by the grace of my ancestors, I really feel like this is a sign right here. Creator was looking for me that day. My ancestors were watching over me that day, because to be blackout drunk in New Orleans at Norman C. Francis and Tulane in the middle of the fucking night and have had nothing happen to me, none of my things were stolen, that's a miracle for me. I was okay. I made it. And so yeah, that was a wake-up call for me, and I've been sober ever since. And I've had a lot of people, they keep trying to get me to drink, and I try to explain to people, like, no, I cannot drink. You do not want me to drink. But I don't understand why people still keep trying to get me to drink. I'll show them this picture and they're still trying to get me to drink. And I'm like, now I don't feel safe around you because I'm explaining to you how dangerous this is for me and you don't care. And so all of that has taught me, like, a lot of people, they promote this concept of community, but all they really want to do is party or profit off of you or exploit you somehow. And I'm in a place where, because everything that I had built my life on, this whole concept of what I thought was my community fell apart for me, I feel as if I no longer know how to be in community. And my mental health can make me feel like I am an involuntary flake. Like I don't want to flake on people or anything like that, but sometimes I feel like when my mental health gets to me, I don't know how to show up for people in a way that is appropriate. But yeah. And I linked, it might get moved into the description, into the comments, but I linked a video from the Tiny Memes. It's called Warrior. And it's a video that really helps me when it comes to thinking of my sobriety and getting through everything. And I linked that. It's on my LinkedIn post about my sobriety. That was the link right there. It's to Natani Means for the song Warrior. And I really feel like anybody on their recovery journey, like I think that's a good song for all Indigenous people to be listening to. But even if you're not Indigenous, if you're just on a recovery journey, I think it can be a very powerful message to see examples of resilience in the face of addiction history and genocide against us, But yeah. So, moving on though. Like I tell, on the spirit of warrior, like on that note, like I tell you guys, like, I'm a fighter. People look at me and they think I'm a weak ass bitch because I'm little and I'm emotional. But I'm a fucking fighter. Alright? Like, you can knock me down, I'ma still come back up. I'm gonna let you know. And so I went in 2017. I was part of a march against white supremacy. The march against white supremacy had counter protesters. If you're protesting people against white supremacy, does that not make you a white supremacist? So I glitter bombed one time, and it got photographed in a New Orleans Times Picayune. But what they got, which is fun, I think the reason I'm wondering if they got more footage of this or not, because I felt like they were filming it, but maybe I'm wrong for thinking that. But they were calling the march hot but peaceful, and they were trying to promote it as like a peaceful event and everything like that, even though there were some altercations at the event, if I remember correctly. But they didn't show, so this guy was hitting me with his board. I forgot what it said, but I think it said something like Muslim scum, leave NOLA. I don't think, that's disgusting, but I think that's what this board said. That's what this guy said. That's what he was saying. Like, he was trying to, he was being very racist to a bunch of people. And so I took a can of glitter and I was shaking it at him, and then he was hitting me with these signs. So then I held the sign down, popped the glitter cap off, and just really got that all over him, made it shine, just a little sparkle, a little razzle dazzle, if you will. But yeah, so I do have a history of being a little problematic in terms of, like, in that moment, I was just like inebriated as fuck, because I was the bitch that took vodka to the protest, because this was 2017 when I was still drinking. And I was just like really, out there, but I wasn't trying to center myself, because even if I do have my dad's ancestry, I'm still a white woman. And I wasn't trying to center myself on those issues, but I was at a place where I felt so angry about the situation and about things that were happening in the world. And I didn't understand why you could be so hateful. And so, yeah, I was just like, well, maybe your poster would look better with some glitter. I don't know. But yeah, sometimes I feel like you just need that outlet. Like, I have a neighbor. They have a pro-Trump sticker on their van. And it just pisses me off every time I see it, every time I run by. And I know you can't harass people and things like that just because they have different political beliefs than you. But I was thinking about it, you know, and I had seen them on my run. They were outside of their car, outside the house doing yard work, and I was running down the street. And I don't want to say what street they were on, but basically the way this street is, like I could see them for a long time before I got to them. And I was just like really pissed off, like that they were fucking there because they're fucking Trump supporters. And I was like, oh my god, I just want to go off on them. But in my head, I was like, if you go do that, that's harassment. They can get you arrested and all of that. But then I was thinking, well, obviously I can't do this all the time or like again, because then if it's two or more times, then I think it's legally harassment if I'm not mistaken. But if I'm just walking down the street singing a song, I'm allowed to walk down the street and sing a song. So so then I was walking down the street and I started singing, like it was just something that I could scream at the top of my lungs. So it's not like good singing, but it's just something, a tune that is easy to scream at people, you know? And so I was screaming it at the top of my lungs the entire time I walked down the block and past them, and just as long as I could, until I couldn't see them anymore. I was just singing it. I was just like, oh, fuck Donald Trump, oh, fuck Donald Trump, you're a racist piece of shit. Wait, what else was it? I can't remember it. I'm sorry. And oh yeah, and you can suck my fucking dick, bitches. Yeah. So I was just singing that to them. It's just a song, just cheering the day up, you know. So I don't think I could legally get away with doing that again, but there you have it, right? Fucking so I'm the type of person where I'm like, I am down to disturb the peace. I am down. Sometimes the peace needs to be disturbed. I don't believe in disturbing the peace for no reason, though. Only with good reason. But yeah. Okay. So, and the last thing, I want to talk a little bit about my family lineage, but in terms of giving you some additional context. But I don't know what happened, but my throat just started feeling a little itchy. So I'm going to go on a quick break and get a drink, and then I'm going to come back, and then we're going to be getting into the, we're going to be transitioning from my recovery journey to the actual David and Goliath story. And I don't know, because I didn't really plan on like what this live stream was going to be like. I knew what I wanted to talk about, but I didn't plan what I was going to say, you know? And so I don't know if like my recovery journey is kind of all over the place or not, but in a nutshell, I think, you know, it's all relevant. It explains its background, my family history, and triggers and addiction within my family, and the trauma and all those cycles within my family. These are the examples of those lived experiences in action, right? And how that relates to triggers, traumas, recovery, healing, and moving forward. And how it relates to what my mindset was. And I think it's good for anybody on their own recovery journey, you know, to know you're not alone. Other people have been through this too. In fact, it's very common. Most people, not most people, but a lot more people are alcoholics than they want to admit. And it's just like a lot of them are functional alcoholics, you know. I feel like a lot of people, they don't get help until they're no longer functional. But they had been having these issues for a long time, but they were perceived as okay enough before, so they didn't get help. I don't know. I think it's something to reflect on, so you can see like my journey, what were the signs of escalation for me, so you can monitor, is this something you're going through? Because I wasn't willing to admit I was an alcoholic for a long time. And a lot of people that are alcoholics aren't willing to admit that they are, and that's why they don't get help or recover. So I think that's what the purpose of me sharing this was, for other people to realize, hey, maybe I'm an alcoholic too. Or for people to see the history, the family history, and to understand how that can impact alcoholism and addiction. Because my brother is an addict. Like, it runs in my family. Things like that. So yeah, I don't know. Okay, I am rambling. So I'm going to take a quick breaky break. Just go grab a drink real quick, and then we're going to come back and get this bitch on the road. Where the fuck is my break button at? This is just like whenever, you tell somebody goodbye, and then y'all walk in the same direction somewhere. Hold on. Okay, bye. So now I want to basically kind of transition from this conversation about my sobriety journey and take it between my sobriety journey back to my family history, but through the Indigenous history of it on my dad's side. And then we're going to look at what I was doing on Indigenous History Day, June 21st, 2024. And then we'll get into the live readings of the redacted complaint filed with Louisiana Office of Disciplinary Counsel and Louisiana Workforce Commission. And we'll wrap it up with a LinkedIn post that I did. I'll try to be as quick as possible. Hopefully we don't take longer than another hour. But basically, I'm just gonna give y'all a little reading real quick of a LinkedIn post I made about my family history, and then I'll tell you guys as I get to the comments and after how it's all connecting and transitioning. So it says, well, let's see here. Can I make this bigger actually? Yeah, it's a little bit bigger. Alrighty, so I put Wingapo Netapo Wakana. Every time I speak with Powhatan, I know. I feel connected. For all of us Native people, I believe our path to healing is finding our way back to our teachings and ways. I reconnect for my father. We are still here. I believe in the 7th generation and ghost dance prophecies. We are the 7th generation of my father's lineage being disconnected by assault, kidnapping, genocide, trafficking. He has ancestral lineage on both sides of his parents, but on both sides go back. I used to tell my dad that I didn't believe him when he would tell me our entire lineage exactly as our tribal historians have confirmed it to be. My mom would tell me that my dad was on drugs and didn't know what he was talking about. And my white family would deny the existence of my Native family. My father never forgot or gave up on reconnecting to where he came from. He just couldn't prove it until years later, where we could actually access the genealogical records to prove his lineage. My dad would always tell me that the spirit of our ancestors is real. Our tribes we descend from never disowned their lineage. We were forced out, but their lineage remained in our ancestral lands. But even forced out, we still fought to maintain identity and culture. And now they welcome us descendants back in community. Their records identify us as their descendants, but they had to wait for us to prove to them we were ourselves. And by that I mean, like if you go to the Tribes I Descend From's website and their enrollment criteria, they'll be talking about wanting people to come reconnect, that are part of our lineage. And so every tribe is different, and I do descend from multiple, but yeah. Each tribe, they know their history, they know their descendants. And, you can always get your lineage verified. But yeah, I said the reason our Powhatan tribes have not only tight enrollment criteria for full tribal enrollment, but also flexible community involvement roles for descendants, is because of our history to honor the balance between those who descend from our ancestors that never left our ancestral lands, from those who were forcibly removed, and the nuances that come with the ability to maintain cultural connection from those situations. I am grateful for any and every opportunity I have to stay connected to my ancestors. I love my people, I love my family, and I'll never forget who and where I come from. And I also attached some pictures of my dad and me, my dad's parents, and a text my dad had sent me. Basically he was saying, and God, never forget God, fuck the church, pray to God, the spirit of our ancestors is real. He had also said, you need to cheer up, it's fine, we have each other. I love you and you're special and awesome, and we have a lot to do, and we'll do it with our true family to try. So my dad, and I have pictures of me and my dad and one of the wreckers he's driven with the tow truck. And then the picture, this is the house that my stepmom and my dad built together. It actually sold for, I think, between $2 and $3 million, if I'm not mistaken, in Mississippi, in rural Mississippi. So yeah, my dad, he built like a whole thing. So my dad, he does it like a lot of people when they talk about like their distance and their family generation, like, oh, they have a native ancestor 7 generations back or something. A lot of times it'll be someone with like one line, and that's it. And there's nothing wrong with that, because you know what? I don't believe in colonial blood quantum. I think it's more relevant to your community connection. As long as you do have the ancestry, it's up to your community is what I believe. But I know people that won't have that community connection, and they'll be making that claim, and they have just that, and their family never kind of maintained that cultural connection. But my dad, he does have multiple ancestors, you know. He's got multiple lines on both sides documented, and they weren't able to maintain a community connection with the same descendants from their ancestors and that came from that stayed in the tribal lands. But my dad always did try and maintain what cultural connection was passed to him, you know. So fucking, but yeah, all of my family's ancestors that are indigenous, that I have documented, that I have confirmed, are Powhatan descent. I have seen some other questionable things in my dad's family search tree or whatever, but I don't claim that because I don't know the accuracy of it. But yeah, fucking, and I should probably link in the description too. I can't put it in the description because it won't fit, but in the comments, fucking, I did a video on familysearch.org, how it was constructed, the issues with that. So I do not think that it is necessarily always a good representation or accurate representation of history. I think it can be useful for accessing records and understanding history. But at the same time, it has a lot of issues with it. It doesn't, just because something is on Family Search doesn't mean it's right. Is basically what I'm trying to say. Anyway, I don't know how I got there, but I apologize. But anyway, but my family history. When our ancestors were forcibly removed, they did attempt to stay somewhat together as best as they could. And many Powhatans, after our genocide, they were displaced from Senecamoca. They were moved from Virginia through North Carolina and eventually settled in Alabama for the last 5 generations in Choctaw land. My family was forced out from genocide by 1700s, where they ended up nearby North Carolina. And then after the genocide, my ancestors enrolled in the American Revolution because they thought it would help get away from colonial control. My native ancestry survived through women who were forced to marry into colonizer families through the aftermath of genocide. Their descendants were assimilated into colonial ways, but also still had their native ancestors guiding them towards their culture and community. After the Revolution and after Trail of Tears, my family was colonially assimilated and ended up with property in Alabama, where they stayed for the last 5 generations assimilated as colonizers, because that's what they thought they had to do to survive. And that's a rough summary of several lineages. Each lineage has its own history. Some of my ancestors swung hard into colonialism. They participated in everything I believe is wrong. Others, they were just present at that time and they had no control to change what was happening in the world. I descend from both the colonizers who committed atrocities, indigenous descent who were trying to survive, and a mix of both who, in trying to survive, became what I believe is harmful. And that is why I am the way I am, to break the cycles of my ancestors, to honor the sacrifices my indigenous ancestors made for me to be here. Our ancestors prayed and planned for us to survive. The more we understand our histories, the more we understand ourselves. The more I understand my history as a colonizer and native descendant, the more I understand not only why my family is the way we are, but also how we got here. When I speak out about white people, it's not that I think being white makes you a bad person, because I'm white. I just believe all white people, including mixed white people like me, are assimilated into upholding white supremacy, whether or not we intend it. Intent and impact are not the same. And then I say white people act as if someone is worse for calling out racism or any form of discrimination, in my opinion, than we are for being racist, for example. If white people can acknowledge racism, take accountability, then show an active work to do better, I trust they want to decolonize. If not, I don't. The only way to decolonize is to return power structures to indigenous tribes. If you're not for indigenous leadership in America, you're not someone I feel safe around. And that is my personal experience being white presenting, white mixed with white, native descent. And by all of that, I basically mean even people like me, because of my lineage, because we participated in the colonialism. If people from my tribe were like, you know what, bitch, fuck off, we don't claim you, I would be like, ooh, okay, valid. And I feel overall that sentiment has hit me before, it's a mix, right? Because no community is a monolith. And so I'm going, but to generally broadly generalize people in order to not be honing in on specific instances, I'm going to broadly generalize now. I feel that whether it's from people with the same ancestry as me or any person who is indigenous, I come across two categories of people. Some people are of the notion where they're like, if you have the lineage, you are indigenous, period. They believe that to deny your ancestry is indigenous erasure, and they believe that if you set a timeline on how many ancestors you need to be indigenous, then you're setting a timeline on your people and it speeds up our extinction. Versus other people believe that if you claim you're indigenous without the community connection, then that is indigenous erasure for the people who have that community connection and maintain that culture, and have certain lived experiences that you would not have if you are disconnected. So within that scope, a lot of people like me, we then have identity issues one way or the other, I feel. Right? So that's another thing too to consider. But moving on, I kind of want to show you guys where the conversation I was having was basically, and let's see, what I think I'm going to do though is, honestly, I'm not going to show parts of it. Other people are sharing their story and everything like that in here too. So I'm probably just going to, I'm so sorry, my brain is weird. The way TikTok live stream works, if they had their camera on, it'll show you their face from the recording I downloaded. But if they don't have their camera on, it's just going to be a blurred version of their profile picture. And so at various points of my live stream, other people turn their cameras on and off and stuff. And so I don't really give a fuck about me being on here. I have timestamps, so I'm not gonna really be showing. What input people have that I will be showing is about the conversation about me, and I don't, so that will be fine. But I'm not showing this conversation anybody else's story or life or what they're going through in their own situation, you know. And so because of that, I'm going to for a lot of it, scroll down so you only see the caption on here. You won't necessarily see me or the people that I'm speaking to. And I'm gonna click through some of the timestamps that I have for this, that I've prepped in advance. And we're not gonna go. There's one of them that I don't want to do, I think, because I timestamped the conversation about Red Road, because I thought that because I feel like the Red Road to Recovery is extremely important to consider when it comes to Indigenous sobriety. And the Red Road, in context of reconnecting, it's a deep connection to living life with value alignment. It's an innate respect for others, oneself, creation, and creator. And it's a path that many Indigenous people take to sobriety. It's called the Red Road to Recovery. And one of my friends that I'm speaking to in this situation, he also starts speaking about his story. So I'm gonna skip over this because I feel like it's just a really sacred story to me, and I don't want it in this live stream. But the rest of this, I think I will be showing you guys because it's just about me and my situation. This is a 6-hour live stream. We are not watching a 6-hour live stream, but I'm just going to go show you guys what I was going through at the time that this happened. So yeah. So this, as you can see, it was uploaded on June 21st, 2024. And so keep that in mind in terms of the context of the timeline of me being fired. I was sent home on June 20th, 2024. I was logged out of everything at this point, so I basically assumed that they were firing me at this point. And so the day before, I had asked if I was fired. And the response that I got, and I believe I received this response during this live stream potentially, was they were trying to convince me that I had quit because of you know what, I'm not going to rehash all of that because then I'm going to just be spiraling. But, you know, it's how I perceived it, in my opinion, if I understood what was happening correctly based on the emails, blah, blah, blah. But yeah, fucking, so let's just do it. I'm talking too much. Out for that. I was having a rough night. And I'm still having a weird day about it all because I'm still signed into my work email on my phone, so I've been getting the notifications on my phone. Part of me is like, should I sign out? But part of me is nosy, so I haven't yet. So in this video, I don't know if you can tell, but my eyes were swollen in this video because I had been upset and crying and like visibly upset. So yeah, like I was still getting notifications for things, and I don't think that they wanted me to be getting those notifications because they logged me out of it. And what is interesting also is one of the notifications that I got, I was getting the notification for the Slack messages. Like they were having cake in the office that day. So while they were treating me this way, they were like in the office having cake, like nothing was wrong. So I don't know. But the weekly meetings that I'm supposed to be having, like with the team and everything, all canceled. I was removed from Slack, but they told me I wasn't fired. But then they didn't answer me when I asked if I was fired because of those reasons, and they removed me off the admin page. Bye, Lola. Maybe it was time for our appointment.
So are you technically?
Oh, I'm sorry. So, if you've ever hosted a TikTok live before, then you might know what I'm talking about. But if you haven't, or if you haven't been in and out of TikTok live streams like this, then this probably all the disconnection is probably like, wow, this bitch is really zoned out, or what's the word? When you're like disconnecting, disassociating. But but like that was happening, like I was definitely not fully mentally present in this moment, but at the same time, it was also a connection issue. Like there's a delay, but sometimes between when you're hosting and then what you're receiving, because everybody is on different internet speeds and everything like that too. But yeah, so it was a mess. It was a mess between both of those two things. Me processing in the conversation was a mess, and also my friends really let me railroad the conversation. I interrupted them a lot, I steamrolled them, I talked all over them. They really let me get everything out, and I really appreciate them for that.
I don't know if it's my connection or yours. Sorry. So are you technically you're still kind of in limbo, or for sure you're like you're no longer working with them?
I'm in limbo. I'm assuming. I did say I don't feel like we can work together like this, but that was so. I went into my I'm sorry. I'm gonna recap. I apologize because this is how my fucking mind works with processing. It's like if you ask me to sing a song, I have to go back to the beginning to tell you what the lyrics are. If that
I'm
makes
the
sense.
same way. Go ahead. That's exactly what I do. I need you to understand what I'm saying. So go ahead.
Okay, great.
Oh yeah, but when I said that I didn't know if we could work together, I didn't quit. Like I just meant like I don't know how the fuck you work like this. Like how do you work? And after the way he had treated me, I was like, well, how? Like literally questioning it. Like literally like not understanding how to communicate with this dude or how to work with somebody who was refusing to communicate to me, refusing to allow me time to process. You know what I mean? And then like anything I said was basically, in my opinion, kind of being used against me in the moment. Like I was damned if I do, damned if I don't. I tried not to say anything. He was really pushing me to say something, so then I was just kind of like, well, this is what the fuck's happening, dude. And it did not go well. It exploded from there. But yeah, but for me, like I hadn't come from a place of I was quitting at that point. Like I didn't really feel like, I'm not gonna like I was literally like doing everything I could to legally cover and show like, no, I don't quit. Like who the fuck is gonna be like, yeah, I'm done taking money in the middle of this economy, right? Like I don't know. But anyway, now did say I'm not gonna kiss your ass and grovel basically in email, but I said that after the situation, But anyway, okay.
I'm gonna try to summarize though, because I don't know if I don't want to, because I talked about this so much already. I don't want to like beat the dead horse to death. I don't like that expression. But so yesterday he called me into his office to talk about an article he wanted me to write. I go in trying to talk about the article. I've had a rough day, so my face was upset. But like other than that, I was trying to work, and I was only trying to focus on work. He was crying about why I was upset. I told him that I hadn't fully processed.
The captioner put crying, but I said prying, not crying. Like Prying. Okay. Sorry, had to get that right. Yeah. Basically, though, back to that thing, man. I was literally like, I don't know how to fucking work with you then, bitch. Like, to that man because of the way he was treating me. But I didn't quit, okay? I'm still, like, on that. Like, that's, because I guess, like, that's the closest thing and the only thing I could think of that would come off at anything that I had said. The closest thing to anything that could be perceived as me quitting. That's the only thing I could think of. You know what I mean? That's why I guess I'm harping on it so much. But yeah.
Processed it all yet. I would really like to wait until I've had time to look at everything and process it all before I have a discussion on it. And then I felt like he was pushing me and prying me. And one of the ways he was doing that was telling me that I should be able to tell him anything, and don't you think I want to know everything about my business, and it's offensive that you think that I wouldn't care about my employees and things like that. And he was telling those types of things to me. Guest request. Nope, Swedish. Hi, welcome back. Hope your shower's well. And so dude, yeah, so like I end up basically saying like, I don't understand the communication here. It feels like everybody is on edge because I've noticed a lot of other people seem to be overstimulated, and I gave 3 examples. And that I'm overstimulated, that my workload is very intense. I said that I've been trying to communicate the issues I have as they arise and in my meetings, and I don't know what other words to use, and that I'm still struggling with understanding which channels I'm supposed to be using to tell who, what, and when do I tell certain people things, because it's so much to keep up with that it can be very confusing. And I told him that the way my mind works is, I have really good long-term memory. My short-term memory is a little rough, so I would just need this time to process in order to give you specific examples, because I would need to go look back at the messages so I can point to the specific things that I didn't understand.
Can I say real quick? Neurodivergent person to neurodivergent person, weirdly enough, going through a semi-similar-ish situation. My boss is not a lawyer, but I still stand by the fact that, like, he put you in a room and then he still said, I would hope that you could come to me with certain things. And I still feel like that in itself, the way he covered his bases, the way he explained everything, you handled everything perfectly, by the way.
Thank you.
Agreed.
Did what was needed. But he himself has said a number of things, and again, like, I understand I'm younger. Maybe my view is just very skewed, but a big
There is a point I want to get to. I'm sorry for interrupting you. If I could just finish to get to this point I have, and for what happened next for the update. I'm sorry.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. I really railroaded that conversation, but life is hard. Like, it's a bitch. But I feel bad in hindsight that I interrupted her there. But at that time, I didn't feel like I was being heard in that situation that I was in. And so, I don't know. You know what I mean? I think that's why that happened. But we're here now. Let's just watch it. Fuck it.
Sorry, because I don't want to have to start over again and then get interrupted. Because you know what I'm saying? I apologize. Is that weird? I'm sorry. What part of what she was alluding to was the specific wordings also were like, I had a panic attack when that happened, like a complete meltdown. And then after that, he was like telling me what helps you feel better after a panic attack. And I'm just like, I don't know. Because in that moment, I was still fucking hyperventilating. I couldn't breathe. I was crying. Like, so many tears were rolling down my face and I couldn't fucking breathe. Like, I was having a full-on panic attack. And I was just like, usually a hug helps, but that's just fucking weird. And the dude hugged me and he fucking called me sweetheart. It was, I don't know, it felt weird. But I don't know. And then he was like, just go home. And I was like,
and that for me at the time was an answer to the question, not a request, if that makes sense. You know what I mean? In terms of like what makes you feel better. But yeah, fucking okay, sorry.
Okay, I just go home. He was like, yeah, I just go home. But also twice in the conversation, he said when he was talking to me, if you don't want to be here, you don't have to be here. If you want to leave, you can leave. And I was like, that's the second time you said that to me. And he was like, well, you're the one acting like you don't want to be here. Just because I said what was wrong with me after he made me say it. And so that happened, and then after I went home, I got removed from the Facebook. So I asked him if I was fired, and he was like, no, just go home. And so, okay, I just left, and I was like, so I just come back tomorrow? And he was like, yes. So then I get which would be today, and then I get the
So I had gone home fully thinking that I was going to go back in the next day. It wasn't until I was getting logged out of shit where I was like, the fuck? You know what I mean? Where I was like, okay, I'm not going back for that. Like, why would I? Because at that point, I felt like if I go in and these situation was carried out verbally, it would be their word against mine. But with me able to put this in writing, I had that proof of what was happening. That's why I felt like I couldn't make myself go in, because it felt like I was in danger if I did, in a way. Like I couldn't protect myself like I could at home. And I didn't want to, go into a situation feeling that way. But I didn't feel that way until after I was getting logged out of everything. At first I was thinking, like, maybe this dude's not having a good mental health day either. Like, maybe something's happening with him. Like, trying to understand reasons, But, yeah. Anyway.
Facebook fucking notification on my personal email that I'm removed from the business admin on their Facebook page. And then on my work email, I get the notification that I'm removed from my password has been changed, and I'm removed from their business Slack account, which is our company chat. And then I asked him, and that's when the 2 emails that I sent happened. I asked him if I was, basically just asked him point blank if I was fired. And he responded back, you should direct these types of questions to HR and the fractional CMO. And I said, I wish I could talk to you about this, basically, and best wishes, to sum it up. And then when I woke up this morning, all of my meetings were canceled with the CMO and the other marketing people in the marketing department.
Okay, so I would say that the wording on your behalf of the last message, not great. But are you? Please tell me you're like screenshotting this shit, because.
Well, the personal emails are on my personal account, and I screenshot the removal of the places I was removed from as it occurred.
Right. So I only asked that as a means of, you have every grounds to take this person to court.
I'm not going to do that. I don't care about that. But I think that I could.
My initial instinct, and I want to highlight this right here, I didn't want to do shit. I didn't want it to go this way. I didn't want it to be this way. I wanted to resolve things. I wanted conflict resolution. That's all I wanted, was conflict resolution, but that didn't occur. And after what went down, the more it went down, it really did not sit well with me. And I felt like I'm in a particular situation to speak out and have this documented and do something about it. A lot of other people aren't able to do this because of the resources it takes and everything. You know how hard it is to fucking file all this shit? I could not get an attorney to take my case. I couldn't get an attorney to look at the evidence to tell me if I had a case or not. The complaint that I'm about to show you guys, not a single fucking attorney would look at it, would look at any of this information. they would ask me before I was trying to get them. So the first half I was telling them straight up on the get-go, like, this is who I want to sue, this is who we're going after, please help me, let's do it, I got the evidence, let's go. Not like that, but in a nutshell, summarizing, basically, was what I was saying. And then they're all like, nah. And then I get a phone call, and I didn't record the phone call, but, I got the screenshot. And I got the screenshot of all the communications with all these attorneys. So, or the actual communication itself. But anyway, fucking, like, I had all of this documented. So the second half, I was just like, and I was doing this until the statute of limitations were up. And the only reason I didn't contact more was I was just like, and I made a list of 100. It was just because I was like, but I only contacted 30 of them. I was like, if I contact a certain amount, I felt like I was doing my due diligence to know I could do what I could, and was within my legal right of seeking an attorney, right? But going beyond a certain point, I felt like, okay, they're all fucking turning me down at this point. If I know I'm just gonna get turned down again, like, is it me actually seeking legal action or me just spreading this information around? Like, I didn't know if it was the right path to take. But so after 30 attorneys, I gave up. But the second half, I was trying not to tell them who I wanted to go against. I was like, it's just an employer, but let's look at this evidence real quick, and then we'll tell you all about who it is. Like, trying to go that route, that didn't work. No, they were like, no, I'm not looking at shit. Tell me who the fuck this is about. Like, that's how it went. And I'm highly summarizing, paraphrasing, whatever. But you know what I mean? Like, what the fuck happened in a nutshell. Every time they found out that I'm trying to go against an attorney, they would say no. And one of them called me, and I was like, why are you even calling me yourself? You could have just sent me an auto declination like everybody else. You know what I mean? And he literally told me, point blank period, he said, you're not going to get a single attorney in Louisiana, I think, to take your case. There's a small chance you might get one, not in the city of New Orleans, but even then, you're probably not going to get an attorney in this state, no matter what city, to take your case, because none of them are going to want to go against this guy, because a lot of them are going to either have gone against this firm in the past, or they will have to go against this firm again in the future, and they're not going to want to mess with their cases that way. So my case wasn't just about my own immediate ROI or possible ROI for these firms. They were considering my case as it relates to the rest of their cases too. So not a single firm after I got the right to sue letter from the EEOC was willing to take my case. Or even before, because I'd actually started looking the following week for an attorney, but none of them were willing to take my case. And yeah, so, which, I don't know. Yeah. But my go-to reaction, I did not want to go through the legal process, because at that point, I had not engaged in the email conversation that I had engaged in that continued to happen, And at that point, I was still trying to give the benefit of the doubt of, like, maybe something was happening that I wasn't aware of. But after this live stream was when the rest of the email conversation happened. And as that conversation occurred, I did decide to take some more legal action or steps towards legal action, and that's how I ended up doing the EEOC case, because it didn't sit right with me with what happened. And I felt like if they felt like I felt like if they were treating me this way, they were probably treating other people this way based on my experience and conversations there. Like, I was worried other people were getting treated this way from other people, two other people kind of reaffirming situations, you know? Um, and yeah, and then those reviews on Indeed and Glassdoor, those came out back in like September, but I didn't see them until October, you know, and so of 2024, and so that's another thing too. Like, all of that backed up what I was saying happened. Um, but yeah, so that's why I ended up moving forward, because I feel it's not just, I mean, it is about me, but it's about what standard, you know, not only what standard is it am I gonna set for how I'm treated, but what is the standard for how you treat all employees? Like, if I'm treated this bad somewhere and I feel this how I was treated there, like, I'm not gonna leave you comfortable to treat other people that way again, or me again, without thinking about it, without having a damn good reason to, without, you know, because I understand there are times in your life where you need to cut relationships, but there's a way to do it, you know, and if someone hasn't harmed you, you shouldn't be doing this type of shit to them when you're in control of their income. But yeah. Okay, I'm sorry I'm rambling. Let's keep watching this fucking thing. We're never gonna get out of here. I was like, I only want to be here 1 more hour. Okay, we all know that's not gonna happen. It might be 2 or 3 more hours. Let's be real. Okay.
I think you're right.
Yeah, you
Because that's
definitely could.
the way they are.
I was gonna ask if you needed like a good lawyer because I'm
Mhm.
mutuals with someone who does essentially pro bono work. Like, she is a labor lawyer who does work like this based on your income. So basically, like, you pay what you can.
I don't want to do that. I was only there 2 weeks. What am I going to get from it? You know, I don't want to do it like that. I don't care.
I mean, it doesn't really matter how long you were there, and I'm not saying this to like make you do it, but rather it doesn't matter how long you were there because they were not actually even abiding by the bare minimum rules. Like, there are certain accommodations you can get as like a
An
neurodivergent person.
ADHD person and also
Yeah.
an autistic person, and as someone who
And that
is
is covered by the ADA.
like there were rights that were blatantly looked over and absolutely should have been looked into. Now I
Maybe I
understand.
will consult with my friend who is an attorney. I don't know, but
Again,
I don't want to
I
do
do
anything like that.
understand the want to not engage like that,
Yeah.
but
And you know what, Defiled? What you also want to just take into consideration is that these laws that are supposed to be anti-discrimination, anti, ableism and stuff like that, these people, like, because of the type of society that we live in, regardless of how they want to pretend that, a lot of oppression, discrimination doesn't exist, we,
Mm.
those people that belong to those marginalized communities, know that in fact that oppression and that discrimination is still there. So even if you want to think about it in a sense that you might not want to do it for yourself, but you will also hopefully be putting, like, helping other future employees who might have the same difficulties that you're having, because what you're saying, it sounds like to me, it's totally valid. Like the Swedish said, you have certain accommodations that they should have provided for you, and you communicated the fact that you needed some time to process, and the fact that he was trying to rush you and get a respond is very ableist of him, because those of us that have those same conditions, that know, that live it daily, that understand what you're talking about, because we go through it as well, completely
Yep.
understand that what he did was out of line. It was completely uncalled for and totally discriminatory and totally ableist. So,
Not to
like,
mention, I
now,
do think, given the fact that he like hugged you and called you sweetheart after like behaving like Okay, so there's like three different specific types of autistics when it comes to like social interactions. There's the absolutely not, I would never. There's the absolutely yes, always, constantly. And then there's like the ambiverts in between. And
I guess I'm
between
that.
those, yeah, between those, you also have like the ones who are like me. I can spot a dickhead from a mile away. Like I can spot a dickhead through a photo. I will look at someone and be like, I will not get along with that person. And I am very rarely wrong. And everything in what you told me is giving misogyny. It's giving ableism, it's giving misogyny, it's giving manipulation.
Yeah, something doesn't feel right. And I feel like I was love bombed at the beginning too, because when you
No, baby, he put you in a room by yourself with him.
Yeah. And the fact that none of this was
and
said
the
in
door was
writing
closed.
is a huge red flag.
I do personally want to hear about the love bombing. Please share. I'm so sorry for interrupting you. That was my bad. I'm gonna mute
No, I
myself.
understand because I can do that too when someone says something and then it just like I blurt out things and I don't mean to be rude or interruptive, but like it's something I'm working on. I don't.
Okay, hopefully, I don't know what happened here, but I just got a little notification that OBS disconnected and is reconnecting now. Um, let's see. My captioner though is having a warning, and I just realized that. Let's see. Are you working now? Let's try refreshing. Testing, testing, 1, 2, 3. Okie dokie. Sorry about that. Looks like that is working. Pulling this back up. Okie dokie. Um, fucking. All right. I don't think I read like what I had put before, but basically, so the description for these timestamps, I'm gonna read that to you. So what we've already watched was that I was having a rough time. I was processing confusion as to the communication and discussing feelings of being gaslit regarding if they are firing me, how I process information, and processing discrimination. And then now we are moving into a conversation. We love bombing was brought up, but we didn't come back to that. But by that I meant I felt the way that I was welcomed with the welcome card, the breakfast, and how people then went around in a circle to tell me I would love it there and do great. Didn't feel genuine. Cause how can people who don't know me, how well know how well I might do somewhere? And the dude literally told me I was brilliant the day before. On my meetings, June 10th and June 17th, I asked if there was anything I should be doing that I'm not doing, and he asked me what I need help with, and I told him my list of items I came to him to address was it, but at this point I still had more to process and was unaware of my unknown issues in relation to what you know, what you don't know, what you know you don't know, what you don't know you don't know, you know? Um, so yeah. And then right now, where I just paused it, we are in the middle of discussing how my mind processes information in relation to my struggles in the workplace. So I'm gonna finish this out for about the rest, about 30 more seconds, not minutes, about 1 more minute of that conversation, and then I'm gonna skip through where I was saying they got me fucked up and I need a mental health day. But yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Like I can be that way too. I just don't
It's
know why
because you
I
don't
am.
want to lose the thought that's in
Well,
your
it's
head,
also
because our
if
long-term memory is great, short-term memory not so much. So when we
That's what
think
the
of
fuck I
something,
told my boss.
yeah, I would
exactly. So
say
when we
that
think of something, we're like, I have to tell you this or else I'm gonna forget it, and this is very pertinent to the question at hand.
not
You're
only is
valid.
it the short term, but it's also just in general, it's the not feeling heard. Whether you're diagnosed or undiagnosed, when you go into your 20s to your 30s and you get that information, it becomes a pattern. You oftentimes it feels like people don't fucking hear you, so you repeat yourself multiple fucking times. And then when you're in your own community, it also becomes a factor of, again, I was never heard. So
Yeah, and the conversation keeps going into social issues from there as well. So yeah. Alrighty. So now I am going to fucking go into where I started discussing, what they got me fucked up and I need a mental health day.
I've decided I'm taking a mental health day today because I really just need a day to get back to feeling mentally stable and like myself again. And then I'm gonna just focus on my current clients.
I'm gonna be honest, I probably could do that. I could.
And at this point, you know what I'm saying? I was processing what the fuck just happened. No matter how I'm processing what just happened and trying to decide what am I gonna do next here, articulating that to my friends in this moment, I had not quit at that point, and I didn't plan on quitting after that altercation. And it wasn't until I was being gaslit and they had removed me from everything that I was just like, okay, well, now I'm at that point, like once they were removing me from everything, that's where I was like, well, am I fired? Like, what the fuck is happening? Like I felt like at that point I was being pushed out. So that's where in this conversation, I'm like, okay, well, what am I going to do now? I'm going to go back to my clients. Like I had gotten a gig to be working with contract hours for a PR firm. And I basically kind of just did, I just dropped them, to be honest, to go with this situation. And part of me is like, well, that's what people do in employment or whatever. And part of me is just kind of thinking, I think that's a lesson in terms of how I leave places in the future, not wanting to do things like that again. Because, I kind of understand where we can get as employees, like, fuck it, like, they treat us this way, might as well. But at the same time, now I'm like at a point where I'm like, just because they treat me this way doesn't mean I want to be like them, you know? But also, I think there's a difference too, right? Because if an employee just decides to ghost you, like, yeah, that saddles you with extra workload, but it doesn't harm you long term. You're not dependent on them. You know what I mean? But employees are dependent on their employers. I do think there's a huge power imbalance, and when an employee quits on you, if an employee quitting on your business means your business can no longer be a business, then you probably weren't treating your employee right, and you probably shouldn't be in business if it's based off of somebody else's production, right? But you know what I mean? Like, if an employee leaves a business, that business should still fucking be there, unless they have some big shit going wrong, right? Like, you know what I mean? So there's also that difference. Like, an employee firing and leaving a business won't bring down a business unless an employee is the business. But a business firing an employee fucks with their employee's ability to make a living. It's a huge power imbalance, in my opinion. But yeah.
Could do that. I have an excuse. And realistically, I also need to talk to my cousin who just lost her husband for 17 fucking years. Like, I have an excuse. But would he let me use it? That's the real.
I was like, you know what? Why am I not promoting myself right now? This is like the time for me to do it. Normally, I don't do it because it's weird to market yourself.
Fucking lawyers, bro.
And I should also mention, like, so I feel like there's a difference between you're in an indigenous space and you're in a white people space. Like, all of the indigenous people, not all indigenous people, nobody's a monolith, but when I'm in indigenous community, it's usually typically relatively socially acceptable and pretty common. We're all just talking about our lives, the good, the bad, the trauma, the triggers, the happiness, everything. It's connected, right? But with white people, you're not allowed to do that. You're not allowed to, everything is taboo. You're not supposed to talk about it. And so part of me I think I was disassociating so hard in that moment that I wasn't processing the gravity of a lot of what was being said to me. But then part of me is like, that's actually just kind of how I am anytime people's talking about trauma and shit, because it's just so normal to me, which is fucked up. But, you know, like, I'm vapid, I guess. I don't know. I don't think I'm intentionally vapid, but I think I can be vapid as a coping mechanism for shit I've been through. I don't know. But yeah.
Oh,
Huh?
you work with lawyers.
Yeah, I've worked. This is my third law firm that I've worked at, and I'm still on good terms with people at the other law firm.
And that's another thing. This is not my first rodeo. And the other law firm, you know, even though my actual job was marketing, I was very interested in learning about the law. So I did have an attorney teach me about filing case documents, how to properly file, how everything needs to match between your evidence and what's going to go into discovery, and having a balance of, like, if it's in a file, in the evidence file, it needs to be logged in the timeline type situation. And so one of the things I did for a case was go through the evidence, go through the recordings, get the recordings transcribed, and then create a timeline based on the witness deposition. And so I did those types of things for an attorney that I was working for. And I took that into everything that I did when I was handling it. Like, I didn't really know what the fuck I was doing, because I didn't know the right words to use or what to say to prove my point or the procedure to follow. And I was trying to Google this shit, but I feel like I was in my own mental crisis to where I could not mentally process the information. Plus, I'm seeing online different information, different websites and different things. So not knowing, you know, I don't think I did it right? But, like, I mean, everything about my history of working with the previous law firm is what I took into how I filed and logged all of my evidence and submitted it, if that makes sense. But yeah. So let's see. Is there anything else?
But they are so busy. I don't know if they have time for me. Not that they don't care about me, but they aren't. Like, I don't know if she legit has time for me.
Okay, I think that's it there. Yeah, so the person I'm talking about, though, I wanted one person to take my case, but that person literally was not available until after the statute of limitations was up. So, they were like, since there were mutuals online, I already knew better not to even ask that person. So I had her look over everything when she got back, but I couldn't even ask her at the time that this went down because she wasn't here. But yeah. Fucking okay. So, next up, we're gonna check out where I talk about struggling to focus, not feeling mentally stable, how I was uninvited to meetings. I thought it was weird how they were communicating with me. Feelings of I didn't want to quit before, but how I was treating makes me want to, but I never technically did. And community thoughts on the issue. I mentioned that if I don't quit, my handbook says I am terminated. But this is in relation to them telling me I resigned when I know I didn't. I didn't no-show. I was sent home, removed from the digital workspace, and not told to come back when the letter claimed I resigned, but I never did. So, because I asked if I could come back, I asked if I was fired. So, and then struggling to work it out and use my words, processing with community. So, yeah.
Sorry, I'm really spacey. I'm trying to focus, and I'm not, like, mentally stable.
So you didn't go to work today?
Me?
Yeah.
No. So when I woke up, they had canceled me from a bunch of the meetings and stuff. And so I don't, this guy, we followed each other, but we never talked to each other. So I'm inviting him up here. What's up? I don't really know you, but let's talk.
What
Fucking,
is he saying, Gigi?
So
um,
you got uninvited to meetings.
But
yeah, I
she's
just
not like officially fired. That's the weird part, because like
So you got invited to
essentially,
meetings. Then what happened? 'Cause I missed everything.
I'm sorry.
what was the last thing I told you? If you, and then maybe I can kick off there.
I don't know anything about this morning.
Okay, so, but you're up to speed from last night.
I know last night, but I don't know about this morning.
Oh, okay. Well, this morning, all that happened was that I got uninvited to my meetings and just did not go because I just could not mentally stably make myself show up.
I agree
Yeah.
with that. Fuck his life.
Thank you. And I told you about the email that I sent him, and it was basically like my final attempt at a heart to heart. But I didn't say that wording in there at all, but it's how I felt.
She worded that shit like a fucking corporate person. It was so
Very adult.
well done.
Or way nicer than what I would do. But no, I think if you need a breathing day or a thinking day, a mental health day, whatever you want to call it, do it. And then when you're mentally able to ruin his life, go back.
Absolutely. Ruin his fucking life. Because honestly, the fact that you are
I fucking love when you're able to ruin his life. Go back. I forgot about that shit. That's hilarious.
in limbo right now, like you're not technically fired, but he's not giving you your hours. And
I didn't technically quit. I just questioned if we could work on the premise of not being able to communicate.
well, and he also put you in a room by yourself with him and said weird shit. The man's being petty, and for fucking what?
Yeah, I don't understand. I really don't.
No.
You have Friday, Saturday, Sundays to find yourself again, get your confidence back, get your mojo. And then, I mean, you can inform him, I will see you Monday morning when I feel better.
Mm-hmm.
Can I say something? When you're done? Go ahead, Jeff Sheldon, when you're done.
I was just gonna say if I say anything, if I reach back out, it's only gonna be to the HR to schedule giving back the keys. The only thing I have there is that I think I should give back. I have their key because I didn't think I was leaving for good. I thought I would be back today actually when I left the building. I don't understand what happened.
I think he is giving you room, hopefully, and then you're giving yourself room. Like today's a breathing period because obviously you were sent home yesterday for your breathing period. Like that was good judgment on both you guys' part to just breathe. Today's a breathing day, and then Monday morning when you go back, like ready to work.
I don't think I have to go back ready to work. I can go back to give my key back.
Oh, you're ready to quit?
Leave it.
Yeah, I wasn't ready to quit before, but with the way that the conversation occurred, I really don't like how he treated me or made me feel. I can't function in a place like this. I can't do it.
I didn't know where you were at with that.
Yeah.
I don't know. Lamb back might have more common sense than me, so I want to hear what she has to say.
So I was also thinking about the fact that like I think boundaries are playing a big part into this because if you think of like the
Yeah. And again, I want to reiterate, like, at the point that I was saying this, like, I don't think that I had responded back to the law firm yet, but I had received, I was getting emails from them and getting notifications from them. And so, yeah. I never did quit with them. I thought about quitting after they treated me like shit. Like, well, maybe I should just give up then because why would I fight to be somewhere where I'm clearly not wanted? is where I was at. But I never did quit, and the way that they treated me and the way that they felt comfortable to file that I quit when I know I never did really does not sit well with me. And when you see the email communication that we had and what was in writing, in my opinion, like if I read the emails in part one, and we're just gonna take a quick browse through the screenshots here in Two Shakes of a Lamb's Tail. We're not gonna watch this whole live stream, but yeah, like when you look at the emails though, in the actual emails and in every communication I had with them, I never fucking quit. I never did quit. I wanted to quit and thought about quitting after I was treated like shit, and they were basically forcing me out. Only that was when I got to the point of like, okay, well, I guess I should quit. Or going back and forth about what I should do, but I didn't actually quit. And I think it's reasonable to have doubt or to question if you should still be working somewhere, or if you should quit doing something when you're struggling with it. I think, it's very natural. A lot of humans, like I love to dance. I've been on a lot of dance teams, and there are times where I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna quit dance. But I never fucking quit dance, I did end up quitting the team that I was on. So the Crew of Overnight Marinade, I joined a dance team that I got into because of that crew. And that dance team, the owner moved out of town, and the dance team after that split into two other dance teams. And the old dance team no longer exists. And so I never even quit the dance team technically then, but I did want to quit the dance team after the assault situation because of the community involved, But thanks to COVID, I didn't have to quit. That didn't come out good, did it? Oops. Anyway. Alright, let's keep going. My bad.
Usual work environment, the bosses, they're like used to, and they expect you to bend over backwards for them. They expect you to allow them to just walk all over you, and you're supposed to just say yes sir, yes this, yes that. You're not supposed to actually set boundaries and tell them essentially no. They don't want to hear that. So to me, it sounds like when you were trying to communicate like, hey, I need some time to process this. Like, I've noticed this is going on, this behavior. Like, it's, I think it's problematic. Maybe it's not the best workplace environment, and you had concerns and you actually brought it up. I think that in the way he treats you also kind of seems like retaliation to that. Like, how dare you notice that we're dysfunctional? How dare you speak up for yourself? How dare you have boundaries? And him also hugging you, like, that right there also is like it's grounds for harassment, because you're supposed to have personal boundaries. And personally, I don't like to be touched, period. And I only allow certain people access to my personal space. So like, to me, like, getting hugged is a big no. You don't touch me. Like, I'm very particular about that.
Feel better, and I say normally a hug. It was weird though.
Yeah, seeing that, I really think that what he is doing is that he's pretty much letting you go without letting you go, because if he actually fires you on the grounds that what happened right now, it is discrimination, and you have, like, he doesn't want you to collect unemployment or something like that, because if he fires you, then that means it was on him. Then he'd rather make it so uncomfortable for you and have you quit, so then they're not responsible.
Well, if I don't quit, because I didn't technically quit, but if I just no-show according to my contract, then I'm fired. So.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
But in your letter, you
I
did
was
say
gonna.
that you needed
So
that
I
little
was
break.
going to say that yesterday.
What's Kimberly saying? I'm sorry.
You did mention that you needed that time to breathe, and then he didn't give it to you right then and there. So when he sent you home, he gave you that time to breathe, because I think you both were just like confused. Well, then today you're taking that moment of your own. Like I said, if you go back Monday and then he fires you, you are already going to HR and say, hey, Friday I needed time to breathe because he sent me home, blah, 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 what I just said.
I don't want to. fight to stay somewhere like that though, because I have to work with the guy and promote him. I cannot promote and try to convince people to come do business with a person that I don't trust.
I still think you should let HR know, even though it's his company.
HR already knows. HR was copied on the emails he sent me, which had what I said already. HR knows.
The ones he sent you. But on the communication part, it takes two to communicate.
But she knows. She knows. They know already. I don't know how to use the right words to tell you that she knows already, but she does.
I just want to be here for you. What do you need me to do to make you happy?
You don't need to do anything. I just appreciate you being here.
Okay.
Yeah, because I'm not upset because of you. You can't change. You know.
I just want to be on your side. So if you're determined to quit, like whatever, I'm here for you for that too. If you want to go back to work, I can boost you up there too. But I like how
wants to communicate with me, I could work it out. But he won't. I can't work it out somewhere where he's not. Like he does. I don't know how to use the right words to explain.
What needs to happen is you need to very much. I was gonna say dissociate. That's not the right wording. You need to remove yourself entirely from this.
You know, totally unrelated. I'm noticing my hair loss in this video. My hair is still pretty fucking thin, but it is definitely improving. And I'm excited about the improvement. But yeah, if you are a balding bitch like me, no need to fear. We're still pretty. So I don't know what the fuck is wrong with me. But anyway.
This person, because he's using his understanding of the law and his understanding of certain things to isolate and also sit there and cover his fucking ass for the shit that he's done to you.
Because I've never worked somewhere where if they send you home for a break because you're having a bad day, that they cancel your meetings. And because it's one thing to cancel my next meeting for the day I might be gone, but they canceled my regularly occurring meetings, all of them,
So
meet with all of the marketing department in perpetuity. You know what I'm saying? They removed me from the company group chat. You know what I'm saying?
I know, and I hear you, baby.
Like I'm not about, I feel like I'm.
That's why you need to just, at this point, there is no like I quit, I'm leaving. He's gonna use whatever.
So that's, again, I didn't get to the point of like thinking maybe I should just quit and give up on trying to say, hey, like I didn't quit, like, you know, like having a place there, because they removed me from the company group chat. They blocked my email access. They changed my email password. They removed me from Facebook business admin, and my job is fucking marketing. You know what I mean? Like, they'd already, in my opinion, were pushing me out. And so, you know, I'm cycling back on that. That's where, like, in that moment, I was just like, well, do I just quit and give up on trying to be in that space, or do I hold my ground that I, you know, didn't quit? Like, that's where we're going back and forth on there. But yeah, I never did fucking quit, you know, just putting that out there.
And again, he, as you know, is a lawyer. He's
So
gonna
I like how Landback is saying what I have inside my head. So everything that Landback said is me nodding my head over here like, yeah. Landback, I also told her yesterday, I think he's a narcissist and he likes to micromanage, and when he realized he couldn't do that with her, that's when what upset him.
And that's why I say you need to just get the fuck out. You need to leave. And I understand that me with my job and doing what I do also, again, fucking stop in the background. Ma'am.
So I don't know how much Landback knows about the situation, but yeah, that's what I thought.
I heard a little bit of it yesterday, and that's kind of why I came up today, because I tend to be my social battery is pretty low, and I tend to be in the comments unless because it takes a a lot of masking for me to actually like socialize and stuff like that. So, but when it comes like when I'm going through a lot of shit too. So my way of disassociating and my way of dealing with my problems is being there for other people. So because I know Dev Child is having a hard time, like that's why I'm up here, because that gives me kind of like a respite from my issues that I have going on.
And Deaf Child, I have followed Landback for almost a year now, and I don't know if I'm still following her. TikTok's doing weird shit, but
Oh, I get banned all the time.
So, fucking, yeah. So then the conversation drifts from there. So just to move this bitch along, we're gonna skip to another piece of advice. I was advised to dip the fuck out of that fuck shit.
Situations, unfortunately, are very similar, and in all honesty, just to fucking dip, ma'am. Dip the fuck out. Fuck that shit. But I'm going. Bye.
Thanks for being here.
So yeah, fucking and so then we're gonna go on to a different conversation about me working on my mental health now.
So how's everybody's day been?
mine's going good.
I woke up emotional, but I am feeling better after talking to you guys, just for helping me processing and just like, you know, like I don't even need necessarily people to like validate everything I say or agree with everything I say or do, but just the fact that you make me feel like I'm not fucking crazy means a lot to me, you know?
Oh no, I'm crazy, so that's cool.
And so am I. So I don't know what you're talking about.
I'm bored. I'm gonna go torture my baby dad.
Okay, so and then now next up I want to go. I don't think I'll watch all of this because it goes into more of a sacred conversation. Or actually maybe we will. Fuck it. I don't know. Just let her say what she has to say. But well, I just said my friend is non-binary actually. Two-spirit actually. I actually think they use the words they them, but they will sometimes identify with she her if I'm not mistaken. But we're gonna listen to my person's acknowledgement on Indigenous Peoples Day and Native Resistance um, on this day, June 21st, 2024.
Hi, Chrissy. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day to everybody here. And I know every day is Indigenous People Day. Like when I woke up today, I didn't know it was this day, and other people have been saying it to me this morning, and that's why I'm saying it. But also, today, a lot of relatives got opportunities in, doing land back work, being a land defender, being a water protector, and stuff like that. And in that case, well, they should give platforms to these relatives anyway, but I know especially today a lot of people here in California are doing land acknowledgements and like reclaiming like California native people, the Moegma Ohlone, Rumson Ohlone, Miwok, Pomo, Yurok, like, so I'm thankful for that in that sense, but at the same time it should be every day this sort of thing happens. So but yeah, Indigenous Peoples Day.
Hey, I'll be honest too though, like a lot of like the real activists in my area, the ones who are like hardcore boots on the ground, like the people who call me up, like if there's gonna be a big event and they're gonna be like, hey, we just wonder if you like to walk outside the crowd or protecting those people, they don't even want a platform like this because there's already targets on them. There's already targets on them. The last thing they want to do is go back and forth with somebody for like some bullshit, like my elder on here is Drunk Out Speaks, like he just happens to have a TikTok, but he doesn't make a lot of content. Sometimes I get all giddy. He makes me blush whenever he comments on my videos. I'm like, oh, look, Anna, look, it's Leroy. But like, you know what I mean? Those guys are really out there doing the hard work. Like because of Leroy here in Texas, most of Texas, parts of Louisiana, he made it like a mission to go to every city and city hall and have it legally declared Indigenous People Day. And he had Columbus statues taken down all over the
And so that's some of that history there where we're talking about Indigenous People Day, we're talking about Indigenous People Day, June 21st, 2024, while the law firm is treating me this way, so.
The states single-handedly, like he did that on his own, while also starting the Red-Handed Warrior Society, which promotes MMIW and whatnot, and fighting for like water rights, because like Enbridge and whatnot has been really fucking trying to put all kinds of desalination plants on our coast. But like, so he's got like other targets, like political people that do not like him at all. So he doesn't want to come out here and make.
So yeah. We're gonna now check out just a little bit. I think what we're gonna do is talk a little bit about my Native identity and being invited into language reclamation classes.
I feel like I'm still trying to learn my place too, because I've been exposed recently to 2 different ideologies, and I don't want to be harmful, but I just feel like I'm kind of harmful, not intentionally, but maybe in hindsight. But so for example, when I'm questioning like my identity and I'm putting those questionings out there, a lot of people like from my own community and then from outsider community are telling me, that I should identify as Native because it would be disrespectful to my ancestors to deny that ancestry. So I've been trying to figure out how to use the right words to not act like I have more of a Native identity than I have, because I'm not trying to be a pretendian. I'm trying to be very clear about what my lineage and history is, because I don't know what the fuck I'm saying. But then like recently I was also exposed to another idea that no, someone like me should not be calling myself Native, because that would be disrespectful to the people who have maintained their cultural connection over these years. So now I'm just kind of like in this space where I'm like, all right, well, either way, I wish I could knew the right words, if there were right words that could balance both of those ideologies and not be offensive to either. I wish I knew them, because I don't want to be offensive, but I don't know if I'm making sense. Am I making sense? Hey, Spec.
I think everything you just said now is totally like just is showing and telling people where you are in your journey. And I know when we like to talk about identity, we like to have specific titles and like boxes to make it like easier, or like I don't know, to make it relative and stuff like that. But your journey with your identity is so much more complex than that. So for you to take the time to like talk about how like, yeah, I want to identify as Native, but some people don't agree with that, or I don't know what to call myself right now and stuff like that. That is where you are right now. So that's perfectly sums up like where you are, and that's fine.
You're doing it the right way. Let me tell you, like, you're not forcing people to like accept you. I always tell people, like, you know what, like, if people are reacting like that, then fuck them. But like, I only mean it in a sense to where like, don't worry about what they're thinking. Some people take what I say and they're like, yeah, fuck them, they have to accept me type thing. No, I didn't say that at all. I didn't say it like that. What I meant is just like, don't worry about what they're saying, and that should not, shouldn't bother you. But some people take it and run with it, like, yeah, fuck y'all have to accept me, I'm here. And I'm like, that's not how you're gonna get a hold of the elders that you need to talk to. Like, and hey, by the way, congratulations on being accepted in your language reclamation class. That's the steps that you're taking. Like, that's humility. You're doing it the right way. You're not here like, and I'm sure, I don't know how that personal conversation went down. I know it's not an easy conversation to even bring up with somebody in your tribe. Like, hey, how can I get involved? It takes a little courage just to even like put yourself out there and say, hey, I do want to know, is it okay if I learn, and if you, as long as you do it humbly, then yeah, they're going to accept you and say, come on in. Like, it's been a while. You're home now. You're home now. It's been a while. Like, you know what I mean? I'm sure Smiley knows that feeling, because I know she's going through that with her tribe too. And it's
So I'm going to stop it there, because from here, the conversation was more about me, but the rest of the conversation goes into their stories too. And I want to leave that. It was very sacred to me, and I don't want to put that into this situation. But yeah. And so I'm just going to do one more quick little 20-second thing real quick.
like what happened, and like 1 minute I'll be like, oh, I wasn't mentally stable enough, but then another minute, the more I process it out, I'm like, nah, no. I did everything I could. Fuck those bitches. You know, so I keep kind of going in between those two mindsets. Ooh, that looks good.
I just realized I forgot to mute my microphone just now, so that might have echoed for you guys. I apologize, but basically that was a 20-second clip here of me basically being like, look, these bitches got me fucked up. So this is just to show you guys on June 21st, 2024, like, it's just kind of evidence that, no, I needed that mental health day that day. I really did need that mental health day, and it was an Indigenous holiday, and they could have given me that Indigenous holiday, and literally I did not fucking quit. Like, I wouldn't have been saying maybe I should quit, you know, like, if I had actually quit, you know, because I didn't quit. I never quit. And so that's just, like, summing all of that up. Yeah. And I know that, like, this was really long. I actually didn't really calculate how much time this was going to take. So I know that between me commenting on it and watching all of it, I don't think I said that right, but you know what I mean? That took a really long time, but I think it was worth looking at, and I'm glad I did. So, next up is the complaint. That's what we're all here for. And it's 97 pages, but we're not actually reading 97 pages today. So we're just going to read the juicy, and then I have already read a lot of this complaint to you. The one thing that's in this complaint that I'm not going to fucking read right now because it's fucking boring. And if you really want to read it yourself, the redacted complaint is on LinkedIn. It's going to be linked in this video, either in the comments or description, depending on where it needs to be at the end of this. And fucking, you can go read it there. And yeah, but the one thing, it's a 97 page document. 30 of those pages are the team manual. I'm not reading that entire fucking manual to you. I'm not. Okay? The parts of the manual that are relevant, I already did read in part 1 of this story. In David and Goliath part 1, I read that to you, what's relevant. So I'm not reading all of that. So then we have about 60 other pages to go through. A lot of those pages are the emails. I already read the emails in David and Goliath part 1. I'm not reading the emails to you again. I put a caption or a description on each page, so I'll read that description, but you can pause to read the email yourself, or you can watch my reading of the email in David and Goliath part 1. Things like that. And so we're not actually going to be going through all of this material right now, but I'm going to be showing it all to you now. So on LinkedIn, and also, side note, in the redacted complaint, you'll see that I have I think it was 3 or 4 profile views at the time that I filed this complaint in August, right? Between August and now, so basically mostly for the month of September, I started posting again. In August, I had not posted on LinkedIn in maybe 7 or 8 months, probably a year, but I think it was probably 8 months. So I hadn't made a single post in 8 months on LinkedIn. So that bitch was dry as fuck. I had not even a handful of profile views. And now if you look at my LinkedIn stats, it'll show you here I have 118 profile viewers, which is a big difference between viewers between a handful and 118. All I did was start posting again. That's the difference. When I don't post, it dries up. When I post, people look at me. I don't know. But anyway, so this is a redacted filing of the complaint that I filed against the New Orleans personal injury lawyer I spoke out on. You can download the file to click to navigate the links in the document, and you can view it in accessibility mode to navigate or turn the pages. It was sent off on August 9th, 2025, on World Indigenous Peoples Day. During the duration of being fired, I was mistreated by the firm on June 21st, 2024, on an Indigenous holiday as well, federally recognized as Indigenous History Day in Canada, celebrated by Indigenous communities all over. I would also like it noted that even if the managing partners trusted HR to handle my case in good faith, yet HR acted outside of that trust, the managing partners of the firm should have been made aware of the actions taken by HR after the EEOC charge, where it was all detailed there. However, they did not fire HR after that, which in my opinion shows collusion on my fraud claim. David and Goliath Part 2, my reading and reaction on filing a complaint with Office of Disciplinary Counsel is coming sooner or later. It's sooner. Will the Louisiana State Bar recognize the evidence I provided for this personal injury law firm HR staff committing fraud as authorized by an attorney who is the managing partner? Stay tuned to find out how it all ends. And that's going to have to be in part 3, bitches, because I don't know how the fuck it's ended yet. I just decided let me go ahead and do this reading, because no matter which way it goes, we all know I'm not going to be able to control myself emotionally. So yeah, and I linked to the, I believe I linked to my website as well as to the video here. And I say, P.S. I also sent this complaint to the Louisiana Workforce Commission through their Fraud Claims Division regarding unemployment insurance fraud. I will, of course, provide any updates on that if I ever have any information to share. Now, I printed this all out, put it in a binder. Each exhibit section had its own divider, and every item in each exhibit was tabbed for easy access, and I put the content of the letter page in the front, back, and a loose extra in the binder for easy access for them to flip through. And I still couldn't find the right size binder. They only had 1/2-inch hard binders. Wait, am I missing something? I feel like I am. Oh, you know what? Yeah, there's definitely something. Here we go. Oh no, I wasn't missing something. Anyway. I couldn't find the right size binder. They only had a 1/2-inch hard binders there, and I had to go to 2 other places to find one big enough to fit my shit in. And even after that, it all barely fit, but I found one of those bending notebook binder thingies that is more flexible, and it was a tight fit, but you could at least turn the pages. Barely, but yeah. And then literally, so I went to Office Depot, I went to Walmart, and I went to Walgreens. None of those 3 fucking places that I went had a bigger, like, the big binders there. They were all small. I was like, what the fuck, man? But it was also, like, you know, back to school week, I'm assuming. Fucked me up. But anyway. And I had also written on here. And for anyone wondering why I believe the EEOC charge and the HR still being there means collusion with managing partner, it's because on top of the emails I have between us 3, do you really expect me to believe he didn't review the EEOC charge? I'm getting hot. I'm going to take this off. And then I also put, keeping HR on staff after knowing about a fraudulent unemployment claim, after calling out the managing partner for not accommodating disabilities and discriminating from my perspective when it can be proven the employee never quit, in my opinion, appears to condone, approve, or support such behavior. It also comes off as an attempt to sweep the managing partner's behavior under the rug instead of taking accountability. And what's funny is if they hadn't fired me, I wouldn't have had time to follow through with any of this. And if they hadn't put I resigned on that paperwork When I can prove I didn't quit in email, I wouldn't have a reason to file any claim against either of them with the Attorney Disciplinary Counsel or Louisiana Workforce Commission. And I understand that life is a constant learning journey, so I really, genuinely don't hold it over people's heads for making simple mistakes. If I have processed how I feel about something, I try my best to let you know, as I'd rather just clear the air. It's when you show a pattern of behavior where you continue to dismiss the harm you cause that I get to where I'm not going to let that go anymore. I'm just taking off my jewelry now. It just feels more freeing. I feel better. So yeah. And then, last but not least, before we get into this bitch. Too long didn't read. I believe I was fired after experiencing discrimination. I believe I can prove I didn't quit. I believe I can prove fraudulent paperwork filed. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Dream about it every day and night. Sorry. I believe I can prove fraudulent paperwork filed claiming I resigned by this law firm regarding unemployment claim when I know I was fired. I didn't quit. Plus, I believe I can prove pretext. Let's get into it. Oh, I also posted a bunch of songs. So you know how I am. Anyway, well, let's, maybe I should have pulled this up differently. Let's see here. Will it, because if I do accessibility mode, let's see here. But now, okay, apologies. So if I pull, my issue that I'm having right now is if I just pull that up. Oh, perfect. The issue that I'm having right now is if I just pull that up, then the captioner isn't working for me. And I'm not good at multitasking and speaking at the same time. But I just pulled it up, the file from my desktop. So let's see. This kind of breaks, doesn't it? Well, does it? I don't know. So basically what I did with this file, for the digital file, you can click the exhibit label or the exhibit page number to go back here to the complaint. So the exhibit labels, the page at the top right, the page number at the label at the top right, or the page number at the top, at the bottom right. I cannot speak, the fuck. You know what I mean. If you click either of those buttons, it will take you back to the content. So like if I click right here, A3, and then I click back here, it takes me back to the content piece. Or if I put C4 and I click the top, it takes me back here. So I did that to make it easier to go through, So this was also, the complaint was written, let's see, yeah, written, formatted August 6th, between August 6th and August 8th. I did it in 3 days, and I printed it on August 9th. So yeah, so the complaint letter content, we've got Exhibit A. Why I am asking for an investigation. We have exhibit, whatever. So A1 is a summary of the complaint, the statement of the relief requested, plus info for myself and the attorney the complaint is about. Then I also have the reason for the escalation to the Office of Disciplinary Counsel. I also have a quote from another lawsuit that guy was in. Then for Exhibit B, that is my recollection of what happened between the managing partner and I. And I'm not going to reread that to you guys either, because I did read it to you in part 1 of David and Goliath part 1. And so, yeah, this is what I logged on June 23rd. So then Exhibit C is my communication with the firm and the EEOC surrounding the firing, plus the Louisiana Workforce Commission document filed with false information by fishy under Goliath's authorization. And so I'm going to go over what that information was, but basically, yeah, we'll go over all of that. I just realized, like, I had started going over what the content was with you guys, but everything that's in this outline is also the captions and the tags that I use on the documents as well. Like, so where it says right here, Exhibit A, why I am asking for an investigation, and it says A1, summary of complaint, statement of relief requested, plus info for myself and attorney complaint is about. When I click A1, it's going to say that, right, on there. And then when I click right here, Exhibit B1, altercation with redacted on June 20th, 2024, logged June 20th, 3rd, 2024. All of that is kind of labeled in here as well. So this outline is also kind of how I captioned everything as well too. But it's also slightly different. I don't know. So it might be a bit redundant. I apologize. But anyway, we're here now. So Exhibit Z is communication with firm and EEOC surrounding firing plus Louisiana Workforce Commission document filed with false information by HR under a managing partner's authorization. So Exhibit C1 is from June 20th, 2024. I asked the managing partner after altercation directly about if I was fired or the status of my workload and job responsibilities after removed from digital space and told to go home after discrimination and harassment experienced from managing partner. He told me to ask someone else with HR and CMO, so Fishy and Cookie Monster CC'd. So I waited for an answer. Exhibit C2 on June 21st, 2024. Fishy accuses me of resigning by not showing up when I never resigned. Plus, asked about coming to work, so I let her know what my perspective was as well as informed of issues with accommodations. C3, June 22nd, 2024, a complaint was filed with the EEOC. C4, June 24th, 2024, interview scheduled with EEOC regarding complaint and informed firm of not only issues with accommodations under ADA, but also how I am attempting to follow protocols according to their manual as I do not resign. On C5, June 25th, 2024, Redacted claims I indicated I was resigning in my emails. I can prove that never happened. I can prove I fought to keep my job in my emails. Plus, she said I had inappropriate conduct at work that they would have terminated me for. I was never informed of what that conduct was by the firm. I received positive feedback while I was at the firm. I asked for clarity on what that behavior could be, but was never given an answer on that. I also addressed the only thing I could think of, which would be cursing, but I only used curse words after I was cursed at and told I can curse by the managing partner after he cursed at me. C6, June 27th, 2024, because Fishy had been asking me for the key back. I let her know my plans to do so. C7, June 28th, 2024, I sent my final direct communication to the firm regarding them firing me, summarizing the timeline from my perspective, my attempts at following laws related to discrimination, as well as my attempts to follow their manual, along with a reminder I never quit, and this was me being fired if I was being terminated. On C8 is our next exhibit from July 2nd, 2024. Is when I received a letter from the Louisiana Workforce Commission with false information filed by HR on June 27, 2024, claiming I resigned when I can prove I never resigned. I was fired. This is false legal documentation filed by this firm. Exhibit D, Employee Contact List. D1, Employee Contact List at time of my employment at the firm. Exhibit E, firm staff, including the managing partner's partner, viewing my LinkedIn after I was fired. E1. Then that was the staff viewing my LinkedIn profile a year later. And then we've got Exhibit F, employee reviews. F1 is an employee review on Glassdoor, and F2 is an employee review on Indeed. Exhibit G, sources, links, and additional material that can be provided. And so on G1, all the sources that do not show who the managing partner are clickable, but the sources that would reveal who the managing partner is, you can't click that in this redacted document. So, yeah. So I'll put sources and links as well as material I documented but didn't print or send. But I'm happy to provide I made a little list of some of the things that I had if they needed it. I'm happy to provide any information upon request. And then Exhibit H is documents received from the law firm, and more can be provided, and that includes my offer email, offer letter, property policy, and the team manual. And yeah, I'm not going to be reading any of that shit in this live stream. That's going to take too long. Sorry about that. So yeah, not going to read any of Exhibit H, but this link is linked in the description of this video. It might get moved to the comments when I go timestamp. So here is the letter that I wrote to them, what they got to decide whether or not they were going to investigate, you know. So it says, to whom it may concern, my name is Alexis Lorenda Carney. I can be reached at deafchildpresents@gmail.com or 504-256-4454. I did not fucking redact my number. That's not an invitation for you dip fucks just to be texting me, but you know, if you do, you do. Fuck it. Anyway. So I said, I am writing a letter of complaint to request investigation into Redacted and his law firm, Redacted, located at Redacted, phone number, Redacted, and I also put his bar roll number. And then I put summary of complaint. Filing a complaint regarding the belief of falsification of legal documentation, information on Louisiana Workforce Commission paperwork filed June 27, 2024, as retaliation for me calling out discrimination at the law firm regarding Redacted during the week prior. Statement of relief requested. 1. Investigation. 2. Accountability. 3. And documentation of my experience so that it may back up any future complaints against Redacted regarding pattern of behavior. 4. I have made strenuous, exhaustive, and time-consuming efforts to redact the name of not only the firm, but also all parties involved in my retelling of these events to anyone publicly. I have no wish to harm his ability to practice, only wish for there to be professional discipline related to whatever measures are appropriate, such as 40 hours of training on ethics and filing legal paperwork or anti-discrimination in the workplace from Indigenous and deaf women, so that he might learn why he should not think he is above the law himself just because he is an attorney. 5. And I would also appreciate public recognition of the harm caused by his actions. 6. I think limitations such as suspension need to be placed on any attorney's ability to practice if the Office of Disciplinary Counsel believes that an issue has impacted one's ability to be a trustworthy representative of attorneys. 7. I believe sanctions, such as fines, help if the council feels that would be an effort in restoring public trust, a financial advantage in terms of impacting my ability to file unemployment after being fired through false information on legal documentation. Reason for escalation to Office of Disciplinary Counsel. Received attorney feedback after receiving the right to sue letter from the EEOC that no one would look at the evidence or take my case as they would still have to go against this firm in court. What trust can one hold in the legal system if lawyers are not held accountable for their actions? I was not able to get an attorney to even look at my evidence to tell me if I had a case or not after they would ask who I wanted to sue for discrimination, even though I can pay them. Even though the statute of limitations is up for the discrimination case, I believe this is still a case about fraudulent legal paperwork that the statute of limitations is not up on at the time of sending this. Because no other attorney that I have reached is willing to go against Redacted due to who he is, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel should consider investigating. Who else is there to defend the public against attorneys except for other attorneys? Not only does this firm have reviews, not left by me, from employees which back up my experience, but also this attorney has a history of possibly admitting wrongdoing regarding practicing law, yet utilizing statute of limitations to have that claim dismissed. See page 11 of Redacted. The parties do not dispute that the alleged act of malpractice occurred within 3 years of Redacted's filing the complaint. They dispute only whether Redacted filed its complaint within 1 year from the date it discovered or should have discovered the defendant's alleged act of omission or neglect given rise to the malpractice claim. I believe that the reputation of letting lawyers slide or an attorney believing he can slide reduces the public's safety as well as trust in the legal system. And then I inserted a redacted screenshot of that quote from the case that it was filed in. And so it's filed 2019. It was on page 11 of that case. The next step, I go into Exhibit B, what happened. And I'm not going to read all of what I processed, like all of what happened to you guys, because I already did that in part 1, if you want to go check it out there. But I will just kind of give you the summary. So I basically documented everything that happened, and it was in multiple parts that it was submitted to the disciplinary council. So I had told them that the managing partner denies accommodation for mental health, more time to process information before speaking, sent home from work after a panic attack in part 1. And in part 2 is, how I captioned both of that, as well as part 3 and part 4. And so all of that, where I talk about how I couldn't breathe, how I need time to process, and all of that, how all of this stuff and how it felt fake, I read all of this already in part 1, and we just kind of talked about it all again too in that video. So I think this may have been more than 4. This is 5 parts. So yeah. And then I called my person Shah to come get me on June 20th. So the altercation went down June 20th, 2024, around 10 a.m. And so the managing partner had denied accommodation for mental health, more time to process information before speaking, and then he sent me home from work after a panic attack, right? And then on June 20th, 2024, at 10:27 a.m., I called Shah to get me after the managing partner had told me to leave. And then on June 20th, 2024, at 12:26 p.m., I was removed from business admin on Facebook. And then on June 20th, 2024, at 3:07 p.m., the Slack password was changed, but not by me. And then on June 20th, 2024, at 3:39 p.m., I sent an email to the managing partner, asked if I was fired, and I asked if I should come back in. On June 20th, 2024, at 4:12 p.m., the managing partner told me with HR and a CMO CC'd to ask somebody else. And then on June 20th, 2024, at 5:52 p.m., part 1, I said that I really wanted to have conflict resolution with the managing partner. I feel like it's not showing all of this. Oh yeah, it's because I was zoomed in, I think. Okay. And in part 2, oh, there's 2 parts for that. But yeah, I was replying that I wanted to have conflict resolution with the managing partner. And then on June 21st, 2024, at 7:16 a.m., the firm meetings with the CMO were canceled by the CMO. And then on June 21st, at June 21st, 2024, at 11:33 a.m., HR emailed me that I resigned when I never resigned orally, in writing, or by the terms of their handbook. This is how they fired me on an Indigenous holiday after denying accommodations under ADA. On June 21st, 2024, at 3:16 p.m., the marketing mastermind meetings were canceled by the CMO. On June 21st, 2024, at 4:26 p.m., I responded to HR that I never resigned, and I asked if I was fired. On June 21st, at 4:56 p.m., I noticed I was logged out of email, but the push notifications came through on my phone showing that I was removed as a team member on Canva. So then there's multiple parts. June 21st, 2024, 5:23 p.m. Part 1. I emailed HR through the rough timeline and procedural issues from my perspective, including information on the ADA and requesting accommodations as outlined by the Department of Labor. And that was 2 parts, 3 parts actually. And then on June 21st, 2024, at 7:04 p.m., I emailed HR about prior revocation of consent for being in their workspace. I literally said, if I had no consent to be in a digital workspace, why should I think I have consent to be in the physical office, right? And again, you can either pause to read these emails. Actually, I'm hoping I'm not scrolling too fast so you can't pause or anything. I'm hoping you can pause. That's why I scroll up every now and then after I've been reading this, trying to balance that. Sorry guys, but I'm hoping y'all can see the evidence for everything, but I did do the reading of the emails in part 1. So yeah, let's keep going. And then, so after I emailed HR about them revoking my consent to be in the workspace, on June 22nd, 2024, at 6:19 p.m., my inquiry filing was submitted. So the EEOC complaint supplemental inquiry submitted by me in the online portal. So at this point, it was just a complaint, not a charge. All right. And so then I got my inquiry number. And then on June 24th at 12:55 p.m., between 12:55 and 1:15, I arrived at 500 Poydras Street, went to the EEOC office on the 8th floor to schedule an interview regarding my inquiry on the next available opportunity, which was be September 19th at 3 p.m. is when I was able to get my meeting scheduled. And I left the EEOC field office and documented proof of showing up in person. On June 24th, 2024, at 9:22 p.m., an email was sent to HR notifying of attempts communicating PTO requests, communicating with managing partner regarding absence, and dispute of handbook regarding attempt at compliance. Handbook gives 3 days before voluntary resignation. I provided notice of reporting to office administrator regarding mental health on June 24th before the deadline of voluntary resignation provided by the handbook, which would be June 25th, 3 days of consecutive absence. So, yeah. I sent them additional discrepancies with the handbook and kept going over all of that. And again, my reading is in part 1. So yeah. And then on June 25th, at 2020, I cannot speak. Why do I keep doing this? On June 25th at 12:34 p.m., the email received from HR that they still claim I resigned, even though I never did. And if I hadn't, they wanted me gone anyway. And again, this has multiple parts now. So I replied to HR explaining my lineage, making them aware of intergenerational epigenetic trauma, along with spreading awareness on Indigenous holidays occurring during this altercation, as well as explained how the only reason they gave me for not wanting me there, I had been given differing or no instructions on. I should be say I had been given. Life is hard. I had been given differing or no instructions on. Plus, how when I directly asked for feedback, I was only given positive feedback. Outlined how I followed protocols according to the manual. I also reiterated communication timeline, reminded that I never quit or resigned, as well as stood firm on grounds for unplanned PTO due to mental health and the need for accommodating disabilities. So yeah, and if you do want to read that, you can pause to read. But also, I did do the reading in David and Goliath, part 1. So yeah, this email had 2 parts. And I also sent them a picture of my dad and I. So at 1:09 p.m. on June 25th, this was 2024, I sent a photo of my dad, Horace Paul Carney, and I. He is Indigenous Powhatan descent. We are mixed European, Potomac, Pamunkey, Mattapani, and Ansaman connected, related to all Powhatan descent by ancestry and intermarriage, descendants of Senekamaka, raised in Bobacha. 1:21 p.m. on June 25th, 2024, I reminded HR that the managing partner needs to sign and pay for Gretna Fest contracts if he wants to promote there by the deadline, or he loses his spot, because they had until June 28th, and I had gotten that extension, and so blah. And then I also, at 1:27 p.m., I informed HR that I had not been paid for any work between June 5th and June 20th. And legally, they are supposed to pay you immediately if they fire you, so I'm just putting it out there. Yeah. And so, June 25th, 2024, at 1:42 p.m., HR replied that I would be paid Friday and to get the key back. That was her response to all of this. And so, yeah. And so then, of course, I responded some more. At 2:15 p.m. on June 25th, I told HR the key would be returned as soon as possible. I advised on better communication regarding issues with employees in the future. I briefed on some of the feedback that I had received that contradicts the email HR sent 12:34 p.m. I brought up the fact that I am the 3rd person in my position in less than a year, and I reminded them of considerations regarding accommodations as outlined by the ADA and DOL. On June 27th at 4:55 p.m., I sent the email to HR my plan to drop the key off on June 28th at 3 p.m. And then after I sent that key in, and again, all of the reading for all of this emails is in David and Goliath, part 1. But so this was a multi-part email that I sent, and I scheduled it to send after I left. But I'd already, like, before I had gone in, I'd already pre-prepped this email, and then after I walked out, I sent it. But yeah, fucking June 28th, 2024, it's a multi-part email. I emailed final email confirming drop-off of key, outlining the altercation from my experience, and revoking consent for further contact from firm to HR. This is the last time I have made any direct communication efforts with them at all. And so that was, I think, 4 or 5 parts. Oh, 6 parts. So that was a 6-part email. And then on July 2nd at 2:55 p.m., I received a letter from the Louisiana Workforce Commission filed June 27, 2024. After firing me, they filed a letter with the Louisiana Workforce Commission that I quit, so I couldn't receive unemployment, even though they fired me, and I never quit in writing or orally. In my opinion, they intentionally filed documentation with false information, and I wonder if this is them trying to financially punish me as retaliation for informing them of their discrimination after I believe I was denied accommodations for disability and sexually harassed and then mistreated as a woman of Indigenous descent on Indigenous Peoples Day. Now we are moving into reasons I believe I can prove pretext. Number 1, on June 11th, June 17th, and June 19th. Actually, I believe that should be June 10th. Apologies. I'm actually, now that it's over a year later, I don't remember if I met that man on June 10th or June 11th, but either way, it was that meeting, you know, because we didn't meet both days on June 10th and June 11th. It wasn't 2 meetings. We only met either June 10th or June 11th, and I don't know which day that was. But the first meeting we had is what I'm referring to. So, June 17th and June 19th, I received positive performance reviews directly from the managing partner. 2, following these positive reviews, I experienced discrimination by the managing partner against my mental health, deafness, and gender in an altercation around 10 a.m. June 20th, where he sent me home after. 3, after Redacted sent me home, he removed my access to Slack and Facebook Business Admin when my role is marketing coordinator, so I asked him if I was fired in email. 4, Redacted told me to ask someone else and CC'd HR and the CMO, so I waited for them to tell me if or when I could come back after sent home and removed from the digital workspace. 5, first, Redacted said I resigned because I didn't show up to work on time. I let her know how not only did I ask about coming back directly to Redacted, the managing partner, but I also followed all of their firm handbook or manual guidelines for reporting to receive time off for mental health for the time that I was not present, while waiting to hear back on if I could come back or not as well. 6, then, and I'm talking about fishy, they gave me a second reason. After saying that I was unprofessional, but didn't tell me what or why they thought that about me, I let her know the only feedback I received related to cursing, where I was told I could curse while the managing partner was cursing at me on, I think it was June 11th. So here's the thing, we were supposed to originally, if I remember correctly, we were supposed to originally meet on June 10th and it got pushed to June 11th. If I remember correctly, but anyway. And then when I was told we couldn't curse there, I was more than happy to oblige. Either way, he was the one who said to curse to begin with, but besides that, I had never received any feedback on behavior there. And I really, I've worked at places either way. No matter what, everywhere I work across the board, like, we don't curse in front of customers unless you have that type of relationship with them. Then you kind of get away with it sometimes. But overall, don't fucking curse when you're interacting with clients. But when it comes to what happens on the back end of the office, every office I've worked at, almost every single office, 9 out of 10 times they're cursing there. But I have worked at a few places where they did not curse. It just was not how they moved. And that was more in those places happen to be more Christian. Every time I've been somewhere where they're very, very Christian, they don't like cursing. Which, I respect religions and other people's space and blah, blah, blah. I talk about issues with Christianity in terms of the way Christianization is used in white supremacy to commit violence and things, but that's different. I have a lot of Christian friends, and there's nothing wrong with being Christian. But anyway, fucking sorry about that spiral. But, so I've worked in Christian spaces before, and they don't curse there. And I have the ability to not curse. But if you tell me I can curse, I am a fucking cursor. That is my default, and I curse very fluidly. So, and every law firm I've worked at, they fucking curse there. I just worked at a corporation, they fucking curse there. Matter of fact, I'm very positive that the vice president of the last company I was just working with, and I left that place on good terms. They literally gave me a cake on my last day and a card, and they threw me a party, and we left with everything going good. I still talk to them. I actually think I could probably go back there if I wanted to. But anyway, I just feel like I don't know how I got here. I'm on a spiral. I apologize. But those people, they cursed. And I feel like the vice president of that company, they probably would have called the managing partner here a little fucking bitch. To be honest. Because they're the type of people where it's they don't really give a fuck if you're emotional. They're like, okay, bitch, have your moment, go get your coffee, see you in a minute, whatever. You know what I mean? They're like, okay. Because the numbers are there. My results don't lie. Anyway, but I apologize. That was a weird little spiral. But anyway, I guess I'm holding on to that because I'm what the fuck else could I have done wrong? I think the most unprofessional thing about me in the workplace may be the fact that I will curse. To be honest, if we're just going to be blunt about it. But I never curse in people's spaces if they don't like cursing there. I don't do that. I'm respectful of boundaries. So, yeah. Anyway. Item number 7, what I had said in this complaint. For the pretext. After that, HR told me a third answer related to my firing. As she was still trying to convince me that I resigned when I never did, she claimed they didn't want me there. Okay, so just to recap between 5, 6, and 7, because I spiraled there. And I don't know if I worded this well. But, so first, HR said I resigned because I didn't show up on time. After I proved that, according to their manual, that was not the case, and according to the situation as I understood it, that was not the case, she responded with a second reason that I was unprofessional. But she wouldn't tell me what or why I was unprofessional. And so when I went ahead and addressed the only fucking thing that could be unprofessional about me, which would be cursing, I think, right? I don't know. And so I went ahead and fucking addressed that. And so then and I also pointed out the fact, I only curse after given permission to curse. And after I was cursed at first, And then 7, after that, she was like, okay, well, if we think you quit, and if you don't quit, we never fucking wanted you. Was basically what she told me. You know what I mean? In the email. And so, yeah. just to recap, that's where it's pretext. Those are the 3 different reasons right there. Like, she couldn't be straight with me. So anyway, item number 8, I said I let HR know if they wanted to fire me, I'll return their key, but I didn't resign. If they didn't want me there, that means they are firing me, not that I quit. 9, I believe that HR falsely filed with Louisiana Workforce Commission that I resigned, even though they fired me under the authorization of the managing partner as retaliation for me confronting them and to cover up the managing partner's discrimination. So which is it? If they're claiming I didn't show up to work on time after I had asked about coming back or if I was fired, then why log me out of Slack and Facebook, as well as not answer me about if I was fired the day before? If it was because I was unprofessional, why couldn't they tell me what I did wrong or when I did anything wrong worth firing over? If they wanted me gone anyway, then why not just fire me instead of claiming I resigned when I never did so? I wouldn't beg to be wanted, but I did fight to keep my job. If the managing partner wanted me gone, why not fire me to my face? Why authorize HR to treat me this way after what happened? Why not answer me himself when I tried to resolve issues without involving anyone else? If I resigned, when was the date or time that I ever claimed to do so, and why would I fight to keep my job if I quit? My awareness of the term firing means to dismiss an employee from a job, which I can prove happened. My understanding of the word resignation means voluntarily quit, which I can prove I did not do. I believe the Louisiana Workforce Commission report filed by HR under managing partner's authorization is fraud. And then, next up for my exhibit here, we've got employee info. We got our employee contact sheet. I submitted all of that to them. And then, within 2 months of August 27, 2024, was June 27, 2024, a week after I was fired. Redacted was viewing my profile, or someone coincidentally with his name. So there's a typo here. It says 204, but should be 2024. Life is hard. About 1 year later, June 4th, 2025. So now we are in this year. So previously, everything else in this documentation has been from last year, but this screenshot is from this year. So a person on the marketing team for the managing partner's partner, so for the firm, was viewing my LinkedIn profile. And I could prove that. And so, yeah. And then I wasn't sure also for a second there if people were viewing my LinkedIn profile on private or not, or if it was still showing me the same view or not. But I don't know. I was also thinking someone could be viewing me on semi-private, but maybe I'm paranoid. I don't know. Because sometimes, because it could just be counting that person, but sometimes with semi-private, it will show like where you work or something, but not who you are. So yeah. And then, so in September of 2024, so my complaint, everything filed, happened in June 2024. Nothing from the employees had been made public at that time. So everything that I said was directly from my experience. I didn't see this review until after, but it backed up what I said happened. And, yeah. So a review was posted on September 2024 on Indeed that backed up what I said happened, and I saw it in October. And it was left by another employee. And the same happened with Glassdoor. So it doesn't show you the date on it, but I saw it in October, and yeah. And in part 1 of David and Goliath story, I also share in there why I think it was posted in September. But yeah. And then in my filing, I go into my sources and links. So part 1 is my public record on the managing partner and the law firm, as well as the reflection of laws and the job posting. So I posted the bad reviews. I also posted the lawsuit that I quoted for the possible admission of wrongdoing and malpractice case. I submitted the guidelines from the Department of Labor on job accommodations that I had discussed, as well as sexual harassment information, discrimination information, policies ensuring compliance with the ADA, consent law, the EEOC, a review from a link about how a review of the EEOC claims from 1992 to 2011 found only 23.4% of cases are closed with merit, meaning that they affirm disability discrimination, while 76.6% of cases are closed without merit, meaning in favor of the employer. So, putting that out there too. Like most people, when we file discrimination, we're not heard. So yeah, I linked to the original job posting I applied for in November of 2023. I linked to my first video about the firm viewing this material, so David and Goliath part 1, and I also linked to my blog post. And then part 2 is the material I sent to them when I was being fired. So I sent them the employee's practical guide to requesting and negotiating reasonable accommodation under the ADA. I sent them a link to Senekamaka Algonquian oral history. I sent them a link about the enforceability of pre-revolutionary treaties with Native American tribes, as well as about epigenetics, why Indigenous people can't just get over it, and the model of the intergenerational transmission of historical trauma. And I sent them Tribal Nations in the United States, an introduction, and the key takeaways that I wanted them to get from that were the tribes as nations and tribes in the American family of government. It's just kind of honing in how the United States was only built off of off of white people breaking their word, as I felt it was being repeated. Anyway, I also sent them Indian Collective Mission, summing up Native values. We are committed to creating a world that is more just and equitable for all people on Mother Earth. Defend, develop, decolonize. Just kind of like a reflection of the type of mindset that I associate with. And then I also sent them neurodiversity in the cultural context, the general Native perspective on the connection of neurodivergence and our spirituality. I often call neurodivergence neurovibing. But yeah. So. And then I also sent my people's context on neurodiversity and our spirituality and role in society, as well as political organization in early Virginia and the spiritual and religious beliefs of us. And I also sent a link to Missing and Murdered Indigenous People Crisis, as well as Indigenous Peoples Day, being June 21st. And I also added to that, before colonialism, there were no borders between our nations. Native people all over Turtle Island, North America, celebrate Indigenous Peoples Day, June 21st, and Indigenous History Month is June. The way the office treated me on Indigenous Day and Indigenous History Month can be perceived from Native community as an insult to us if you check the date on the email I received from HR. So yeah, I also put in here, I have a multitude of documentation outlined here. I am happy to send as well if the committee feels it would help with investigation as needed. I don't even know why the fuck a committee, board, whoever the fuck, group of people, whatever your title is, council, board, committee, what have you. I don't know. Sorry. I don't know what to call you. I said I didn't want to waste resources or time by printing unnecessary material, but at the same time, I have no way of knowing the appropriate material to send according to your standards. I'm happy to print and send anything listed by request. This documentation can also be accessed from my Google Drive, and I am happy to provide that access to anyone who would like it as it relates to investigation for the committee. I will need to invite you to the folder or give you permissions to access it when you let me know you would like that info. This drive is set to private so I don't accidentally send a public link with this info to just anyone. I will keep it locked down for confidentiality. I may also be able to send other supporting documentation by request that I may have not thought to include if there is any other information that you would like to see as well. I can also forward you any emails requested from this complaint. Material documented in my Google Drive, not printed in this complaint, can send if you need. And that's the EEOC charge filed, the EEOC right to sue letter issued, communication with EEOC, proof of work completed, log of work in progress, photos taken, and notes at work. The managing partner's agenda given to me by him on the day that I can't remember which one the day the meeting happened, but I think it was June 11th. I think it was originally scheduled June 10th, and then we pushed it to June 11th, if I'm not mistaken, where I took notes and quotes of him cursing at me, including the phrases, better to do shit, get shit done, stay the fuck away from agents. Item number 6, work notes prior to altercation, June 14th through June 20th. And then number 7, rest of my onboarding hiring materials signed, offer, and manual are printed. Even more screenshots from notifications while being fired. Additional notes on deaf access and mental health accommodations, while more time to process is needed. The first impression of the office and welcome merch bag given to me. If I had printed all of this material, it would turn this complaint into multiple hundreds of pages. I apologize if what I am preparing is too long. I promise I tried my best to sort, organize, and reduce information to make it accessible. If this is all too much, that would be due to not knowing what is relevant to prove that what I experienced happened. So yeah, and then from there is all the exhibits that I told y'all, like exhibit number 8, we're not doing none of that, where it's all about them giving me their word. Yeah, I'm not reading any of that to you, but I put the employment offers in here, the signed offer letter is in here, their policies and procedures are in here, as well as their entire team manual. I put everything in here. And so yeah, this just wraps up right now, like this entire fucking complaint. I sent it to the Louisiana attorney disciplinary board, the Office of Disciplinary Counsel, so the Louisiana State Board got it. They're looking that over. I also sent this to the Louisiana Workforce Commission, to their tax fraud division. Yeah, so we'll see if anything happens. I don't know, but all I know is I filed, I did my best, and yeah, if this information does get made public, then I might do a live stream going over the public details. I don't know, I haven't decided, but yeah, so that's that. That is, and yeah, so moving on, I want to show you guys, is this zoomed out or am I out of it? No, I'm out of it. So after that happened, like I filmed myself dancing because I was just really excited. I was like, I'm gonna do a little dancey dance, and so this song, I'm not even going to, I think I'm going to keep it muted. I'm not going to play it with a sound on because I didn't get permission or whatever, so I don't want any copyright issues. But the song I'm dancing to in this video is Song of Survival by Red Eagle. I'll try to remember to link it. But yeah, so the caption for this video that I put here, it says, shawl dancing from my dad's indigenous heritage represents a butterfly coming out of a cocoon. Here's a little backstep and V-kick happy dancing after submitting a 97-page report. More to come soon. I don't want to show my hand, but those who are questioning may already guess what I did. So I posted this like a month before I posted the complaint, and at that point, I didn't think that I was going to, I just kind of decided in my heart to publish the complaint when I did because I was feeling riled up about the situation. And I felt like by posting the complaint, it was a way for me to express myself and get it out of me, you know? But at the time that I posted this video, at that point, I hadn't planned on posting the complaint yet. And I hadn't even redacted it yet. I had just finished it, you know? But yeah, so I had said, more to come soon. I don't want to show my hand, but those who are questioning may already guess what I did. My work was shipped off Saturday, set to arrive Wednesday. Then we will see if there are any results. But at least I know I gave it my best. For those who believe in the spirit world, do you see what I see by my leg, kind of by my hallway? Or maybe it's dust, or a reflection of light that I am not realizing is somewhere. Ignore all my books on the floor. I need a new bookcase and probably won't get one until I move this winter. So, I don't know if you can see, but next to my, right, like in this area next to my leg, there's like this little light. It's like, and then you can see it kind of bounce around. So I'm dancing and you can see the light bouncing right here. And you can see at certain points it's in front of me right here as if, but then it's behind. So here's where I'm confused, right? Because I didn't know if it was a speck of dust or anything like that, right? Because if it's light, then it makes sense for it to shine on me. And if it's dust, it wouldn't disappear. But it disappears for a second here. It's not there. And then it comes back again. So it can't be dust, right? So then I was thinking maybe it has something to do with a reflection of the light. But if it has something to do with a reflection of the light, then why is it in front of me? Why does it go away? And then why does it come back? You know what I'm saying? So I feel there is a speck in this video. So there's a speck in this video, and I don't know, I feel like it could be spirit, but maybe I'm wrong for thinking that, but I feel like it could be like an orb. If you're not spiritual, don't try to put me in a mental institution for saying this shit, alright? Let me have my fucking beliefs. But, yeah, like, there's this orb. I'm gonna just fucking play this video, but do y'all see it? It's bouncing, it's right here, it's in front of my leg, it's to the side. It's right, it's happening. Then it's bouncing, and now it's gone, and now it's back. So I notice where it's gone and comes back has to do with also me standing in front of this light, right? That kind of impacts it, like this one light. But then I was thinking like, but if that's the case, then how is it possible for it to be in front of me, for this speck to be in front of me with that light behind me? So like, I've been like looking at that video in different ways because there's just a speck and I do not understand, you know, unless it's an orb or an energy orb, I don't understand what that is there. So I know I sound crazy, but yeah, anyway, like, I don't know. Am I crazy or am I crazy? But anyway, I think there's like, I was taking a moment to dance and celebrate this moment that I had just finished this 97-page report manically and then shipped it off the next day. I did not do any fucking edits on that shit. Maybe should have. Too late now. But anyway, I just think that's interesting, right? Because if you believe in spirit world like me, like, do y'all think that's like a proof of a spirit orb, of presence, you know, like being recorded, where like a, there was an energy there that wanted me to know it was with me, you know? Or do y'all think it's just like a speck of dust or some light situation that I'm not realizing is shining somewhere? Who knows? Anyway. So now I'm going to show you guys how I filed this. So I put this all in a document. Every single exhibit, like A, B, C, D, E, F, G, as I had filed it in the complaint, you know, had its own binder divider. Like, had its own divider. And then each exhibit number of that, so like B2, C3, C4, each of those had its own tab. So everything was labeled for them to easy access, you know. And then the complaint letter contents, I put that in the front, in the back, and a loose extra in the binder. So hopefully, you know, that was easy for them to access, I'm hoping, and get through and look at, because it's a lot of information. So this is how I sent it to them. And I also put an extra copy of my letter. I had one in the actual binder and an extra copy attached as well. So yeah, and I got that sent off, and they received it. But also they are investigating the situation, right? But I did not sign it, unfortunately. And so I had to sign it and send it back because I fucked that up. And then I added an extra tab with the item number on it and all of that, because they also told me to make sure that in any future communication I put the item number. So I sent that back, and I know that they received it, and I am waiting to hear back what happens next. So that is where we are. And I also filed with the Louisiana Workforce Commission. I filed the unemployment insurance tax fraud report. So yeah, that was sent. And the way that they allow you to do it, though, is just like a form. So you really can't. I really was just answering the form to the best of my ability. And I don't even know if they'll fucking look at it or if they can. But I also sent them a link to the complaint, you know, that I just read to you. So, and I also emailed it to them too. Yeah. But yeah, so that's that. And then just a few more posts to go through, and then we're gonna wrap this bitch up. Fuck it. So, since the post I made since part 1, I made a post on LinkedIn about my blog post that I made on the situation. And in that blog post, you know, it does, if you go through this blog post, I guess it's not working. That's unfortunate. Oh, there it is. Okay, so in the blog post, I literally give an entire timeline, but I also, it links to my YouTube video. So in the post, there's a link to the timestamp for everything that I discuss in the video. If it's in part 1, it's linked here. And I also put which page number which page number it's on in my complaint. So yeah, in the blog you can see what event it is, you can see what page number it's on in the complaint I filed, and you can see the timestamp for where it was discussed in the first video I did. So yeah, all of that is there. So I did make a post on LinkedIn, basically like, because my first video on this was about 2 hours. And so people are like, that's way too fucking long, you know? And this is even longer. Oopsie. So the blog post, you can skim and scan it and read it real quick. and understand what the fuck happened. I think hopefully that's the goal there. But yeah, so I made that blog post, and then I don't know if this is going to get me copyright flagged or not, but we're going to try it. But basically, there's a common meme that's going around, with the concept of Elmo driving, singing, oh my god, why can't I remember? I should know this. Wow. I can't remember if this is NSYNC or Backstreet Boys, and that's terrible. I should really know who sings this. I want it that way. Why don't it's Backstreet Boys, right? Anyway, in my head sometimes I get NSYNC and Backstreet Boys confused. I don't know why. But yeah, so basically I posted this little video and I put me when staff from my shortest stint at a law firm ever are viewing my LinkedIn profile a year later.
Why? Fuck you! Get the fuck away from me! Yes, it does. Hear me why? I never wanna hear you say, fuck that cops anyway. Fuck you, piece of shit. Why?
So yeah, I posted that, and it's not because I have anything negative towards anyone that I've worked with there at all. It's not like that, but it's just more of legally, if any of us, I feel, are going to try and attempt to tell our stories, it's best for us not to engage with each other until after those stories are told. Because if we come together, I have not had any conversation with anybody since I left that locker room, that was there. But if we end up talking or anything like that, and then we're trying to share a story, it could be perceived as if we are coming together to decide what that story is going to be, versus if we each are all telling our own story in isolation from each other, and then we look at what our experience overlap is, then we can see the true issues, I feel, much better than if we are just personally getting together just to bitch it out, I think that's good. But if it's we take that and we go share that to others, then it gets commingled. So the best way that we can be heard for what our story is, I feel, is if we are isolated from each other until after it's told, and then we can come together, if that makes sense. So basically, after the statute of limitations is up, where I have any recourse for any legal action on this case, which will be on the 2-year mark, I think after that I will be open to talking to any of my former coworkers that want to talk to me about my experience, but before then, I basically have had to have the mindset of nobody talk to me, fuck everybody, fuck all y'all. And I don't actually feel fuck all y'all. That's not even my mindset or mentality towards everybody there. But I just have to exude that for now, because I don't think we should talk until, or if we, tell our own stories ourselves first, and then we can talk to each other about the commonalities in those stories. But I think, because if you have a bunch of people coming together and they're telling stories, but we don't have the evidence, enough evidence for all of that, then it's not as strong of a case, in my opinion, as to what we can isolate, have the evidence for, the testimony for, and then cross-reference. But that's just me. And again, I'm not an attorney. I've just worked at some law offices. I don't know shit about the law except for what I know. But yeah, okay, and the last thing before we go, I posted the YouTube video, part 1, on LinkedIn. It's the only other post that I made on LinkedIn that I haven't covered in this video since part 1. But yeah, basically I was like, this is for you guys, and I only posted it after y'all wouldn't stop viewing me, because, I was trying to move on, but them viewing me again kind of got me riled up. Like that triggered me. It really did. So, yeah, and I posted some music in there, just little dedication, if you will. So yeah, this was a long ass live stream, but I'm really glad I did it. I think it was needed. Basically, in this live stream, we've talked about a lot, but so it's kind of hard to sum up. But we started off with my family history, my recovery journey, my sobriety, how that ties into my family lineage. We talked about my lineage being Indigenous descent. Then we talked about my filing my case with the EEOC. We talked about filing the complaint against Louisiana Disciplinary Counsel. We talked about filing the complaint with Louisiana Workforce Commission. We've talked about a lot tonight. And I think having this long form content is really helpful for me to process all of this information. I think besides reporting on the conclusion of what happened, I think the only other piece that I have planned that I want to cover about all of this, is eventually I think I would like to attempt some type of shorter form content on the piece where I can attempt to summarize it better quickly. I might have to just edit things down because I talk too much. But I want to attempt one day to get this story out quickly and succinctly. I think everything I've put out had to be long because I needed to be able to process everything that happened to me, and it was a lot to process, so it ended up being long by nature. But I'm glad that I've taken this time to process everything. Thank you for processing with me. I think it's important, anybody who's on a recovery journey, anybody who's on a reconnection journey, anybody who is on a journey of trying to work in an anti-discrimination mindset within a world that is always discriminating, I said world, not row, but the captioner got that wrong. Fuck it. Anyway. I'm realizing I don't think this one likes curse words as much as Maestra. Maestra. That's the fucking other captioner I was using. It didn't fucking work. So, that's another thing. I had to switch captioners. Now I'm trying to figure this one out, but life is hard. I just want to see real quick, how does this use curse words? I'm looking at the captioner right now, so excuse me real quick. Fuck, fuck, fuck. Mutter, mutter, fuck. Mutter, mutter, fuck, fuck. Mutter, fuck, mutter, fuck, mutter, fuck. Oh, it does work. Okay. Anyway, Jay and Silent Bob. But moving on. Apparently I'm unprofessional because I curse or some shit like that. And apparently I don't know. I don't know. But this is a very long live stream. I think I should just end it now. I apologize. I feel like I did not give you much of a conclusion. Because normally in my conclusions I try to give you a pretty good recap of what happened. But in this situation, I'm still processing it all. Because I do have that delayed processing, But yeah, I'm fucking weird. I appreciate you. Thank you for joining me tonight. I hope everything works out for everybody. And you know how it is. Life's a bitch and then we die. And yeah, bye. Thanks for watching. Join the loyalty program at noladeafchild.com/loyalty and check in during live streams to get points for rewards.